Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are when you're watching this tutorial. Thank you for tuning in and watching. Today we are making this retro granny square sweater. I love the colors. The colors scream retro. So for this tutorial I used a 3-weight double knit, as we call it in South Africa. And this is even a baby yarn. It's very soft. 3-weight double knit. I can't think that they use it for babies, but in South Africa we tend to use more pastels, but people differ, traditions differ. Anyway, so for my yellow, I just wanted to say, and I will say it in the tutorial, I think I used 6 balls of this yellow for my size, 2XL, and the yarn weight I give you is for my size, because this is a sweater that you freestyle. So I cannot tell you exactly size by size by size. Nope. So for my size, I can tell you I used 6 balls of 300 meters of the yellow, and just 1 ball of each of the colors you see. So it's 5 balls that you need, 1 ball for each color that you're going to use. The colors that I show you in the tutorial. What else do I need to tell you about this tutorial? We are freestyling, so we are not counting stitches. And you are not counting stitches with me. There is only one time in this sweater that we do count stitches, and that is here in this beginning. If you are making this for a child or a small adult, then let me just get up. This is the one time where that will probably be shorter, only from there around and back up, so that this will be shorter, right? If it's for a child or for a small adult. But for my 2XL, this is where I wanted it to fit. I wanted it to come down. This is my waist. I wanted it to be just over the waist, sitting on the hip. I love how it fits. It's just a beautiful fit. I love this garment. The one surprise, happy accident that happened was, on my sleeve, I did the decreases, and it happened so that it looks like a boho style sleeve. Now, I do explain to you how you can eliminate that by continuing to decrease, but if you are happy with the happy accident, go for it. Because, and the reason why it happens is because the yellow 3-weight double knit is a slightly thinner 3-weight than my colors. Even the green is the same thin 3-weight than the yellow, but the purple, the cream, the tan, the black, and those 4 are a little bit thicker, which means it looks like it's going wider, only because, not because of increase of stitches, because the yarn is slightly thicker 3-weight. So I was very happy about this because it adds to the boho retro look. But yes, some things are really happy accidents, isn't it? Anyway, I hope you like making this tutorial as much as I did. Now I want to say, one of my biggest inspirations in this tutorial, or the one with the chancla behind me, was my friend Veronica from Steals the Show Crochet and Chef. So I want to dedicate this sweater to Veronica, because I say she's always joking with me, you know, and she jokingly said, come on, come on, come on. I love it so much. I want to make it. Where is the tutorial? And I said, okay, here is the tutorial. Now, I give you 6 days, because it took me 6 days to make this sweater. It also took me 6 days to make my scrappy granny square sweater. So for my size, so it's to me an average with your interruptions, etc. That's how long it takes me to turn out such an easy pattern sweater. So Veronica, the challenge is on. 6 days, girl. And you can make your sweater, and you are very small compared to me, so I'm sure you're going to be very fast, much faster than I am. And I love this detail. Yes, I think everything else that I needed to stress that is really important, and I stress it because if I did it wrong, I had to pull it out in my first sweater. So I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to make mistakes like I did. I made the mistakes, so you don't have to make it. So if I stress something, if I stress, make this piece, go to the mirror, see if it's wide enough so that it's not too wide, otherwise it falls off your shoulders. Listen. So you don't have to pull out, and this piece extra piece that we make up to the shoulder, you must realize that from here to here, this is your neck going to be. Now you see it very clearly on me, and you realize why what I say in the tutorial is very important. So this is why it's important, right? Anyway, I hope you really enjoy making this sweater. I hope you make many more in different colors. I'm making another one in a bottle green, like the dark green. This is olive green, but I took a bottle green. Ooh, so let's see how that one will turn out. And yes, so please give me a thumbs up if you like the tutorial. Leave a comment on how you changed it or how you made it different. I'd love to hear any feedback that you have. And yes, let's get going and start making this tutorial and go for it. So what you'll be using for this tutorial is double knit yarn, 3-weight yarn, a pair of scissors, 4mm crochet hook, about 20 stitch markers, ordinary stitch markers, and a wool needle to work in your ends, and a measuring tape. There you go. Mine has inches on the one side and centimeters on the other side, which is what I prefer. For this sweater, I'll be using double knit yarn. Any old acrylic, it's fine. That is what I used. I'm using this rust brown, can be an orange, dark orange double knit, and olive green double knit. This one looks like cream, but it's a little bit darker than cream. It's like a neutral stone color. Definitely not just cream. And then this is like an eggplant purple. Looks maybe a different color on the screen, but it is definitely a purple. And black, very little black. So these 5 colors, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colors will be in the sweater. The main sweater is this beautiful mustard yellow. So that is my mustard yellow. So I love this combination. It just shouts retro. Okay, so using your main color, whatever your main color is going to be, which is my yellow, we're going to start with that. So taking your main color, my main color is this mustard yellow. I am going to make a slip knot on the hook, like this. And then I'm going to chain 40. Okay, chain 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Continue until you have 40. Now that I've made 40, just insert a stitch marker so that I know that is 40 stitches. and then continue, make another 40 plus 1. I've made another 40, right? So it's 40 and 40. Now I need to make one more, and then I need to make another one, because I need to work in the second chain from the hook a single crochet, my first single crochet, like this. There you go. So that ends up being my first stitch. And I'm just going to put a stitch marker in it to mark it as my first stitch. That is my first stitch. Right there. Okay. Now I'm going to chain 3, 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to skip. I've worked, now you need to absolutely see where you've worked in it. You've worked in that one, I'm counting at the bottom, 1, 2, 3 stitches I skip, and in the fourth one I work a single crochet. So this row is not a pleasant row, but this is the foundation of our sweater. Work a single crochet like that, right? And you're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3 chains. You've worked into that chain, skip 3, 1, 2, 3. In the fourth chain you work a single crochet. Okay, now it's splitting, just make sure it doesn't split like that. This is what we are making. This is very important. Okay, you can now continue like this. You're going to chain 3, skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and in the fourth chain work a single crochet like that. Come, focus, 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 focus. So this is what we're going to do up to the other end. I'll see you at the other end. I'm on my last one here. So I've worked a single crochet, 1, 2, 3 chains, and then 1, 2, 3 chains I skip, and in the last chain I work a single crochet like that. So this is what we've created. Now I need to just snip and cut it off. There, bind it off, yarn over, pull through and secure. So let's just see at what we've created. That should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So you need 10 on each side. Now take your first color, make a slip knot. I've decided on this rust brown, orange, deep tan, whatever you'd like to call it. Slip knot on the hook. And now this is where I've ended. Now you can start there, or you can turn it around. It doesn't matter. Or you can, you can turn it around and start there, or you can just go back to the beginning, which is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to, in this, that's my single crochet, right? So now in this, I'm going to work in the 3 chain space. I'm going to work a single crochet, chain 2, which will serve as a double crochet, 1 and 2. I'm going to then add 2 double crochets in that same 3 chain space. There we go. 1 and another one in the same 3 chain space. So it's as if I have worked 3 double crochets in that 3 chain space. Now I'm going to chain 1, hop over to the next 3 chain space and work 3 double crochets into that 3 chain space. 1 and 2. Do not let the yarn split. And 3. Like that. And you can just continue doing this. Chain 1, and in the next 3 chain space, work 3 double crochets. 1, focus, 2, and 3. Until you have 9 3 double crochet clusters. Then we meet up. So what you have there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 double crochet, 3 double crochet clusters. Now, in the 10th space where I would work a 3 double crochet cluster, I'm going to create a corner. I'm going to do that by working 3 double crochet, chain 2, 3 double crochet. And then in the next one, which is the first of our second 10, I'm going to do the same, also create a corner. Let's do it. So I've done a 3 double crochet cluster. I've chained 1, and I'm going to go into my 10th 3 double crochet cluster, and I'm going to work a corner. 3 double crochets, 1, focus, 2, and 3, chain 2, 1 and 2, and in the same 3 double crochet 3 chain space, I will work another 3 double crochet cluster. 1, 2, and 3. There is my corner. Now chain 1 and do exactly the same in the next 3 chain space. 1, 2, 3 double crochets, chain 2 and 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and 3. So that's what you have. You've created a corner in the 10th space, and you've created a corner in the 11th space, which is your first space going down. This is the center mark here between these 2 corners. So now you're going to do what you've done here. You're going to repeat along here. Chain 1, and in every 3 chain space, you're going to work 3 double crochet cluster. exactly like that. This is very much the same as the box border. That's how I got to know it. Chain 1, and you just continue working until the end. I'll see you at the end of this round. Okay, so there we are. I finished my last one, and I'm going to snip. Where is it? Snip the right one. There we go. Now, all these ends we will address, and the fact that it looks like this is longer than this will be sorted out once we start doing the neck. And we can only do that then. We can't do it yet. So let's just follow the process. Okay. Choose your next color. I've chosen the olive green as my next color. Now what I continue to do is, I'm not turning my work. I'm going to start again at the start. And I'm going to work all the way around here. Snip off. Start there again. Work all the way around to here. Snip off. That's how we're going to do it. So we're not turning our work. Well, not at this stage. So now I'm going to, in the top of this single crochet chain 2, I'm just going to, just between those two, doesn't need to be perfection. I'm going to work a single crochet. 1, 2, that's a double crochet now. And then I'm going to work a chain 1 and 3 double crochets in the next 1 chain space. And there we go. Three double crochets, chain 1 in the next 1 chain space, 3 double crochets, 1 and 2 and 3, chain 1. Okay, so continue until the corner. Okay, I'm at the corner, and what I'm going to do is to work a corner in the corner, and the corner is 3 double crochet, chain 2, 3 double crochet. So I'm going to work that. 1, 2, 3 double crochet, chain 2 in the same chain 2 space, another 3 double crochets, 1, 2 and 3, chain 1. Now we have a 1 chain space, so we're going to work 3 double crochets in a 1 chain space, chain 1, then we have a corner. In the corner we're going to work a corner, which is your 3 double crochet, chain 2, 3 double crochet. So there we go. The 3rd double crochet, chain 2 and another 3 double crochets in this corner space, completing the corner. I love these colors. Chain 1. Now you're just going to continue to the end, working your 3 double crochets in a 1 chain space, then chaining 1, and in the next 1 chain space working another 3 double crochets, I see you at the end of this. Oh, this is coming beautiful. I'm on my last 3 double crochets, like that. 3 double crochets. I'm going to chain 1 and work 1 double crochet in the top of that last double crochet. There we go. And snip and choose your next color. I've chosen my next color, so now again I'm going to do the same. This is where we started, so you can easily see. So I'm going to turn it like this because I'm not turning my work over. Nope. There we go. So this time I'm starting working. I've got a slip knot on the hook, and I'm going to repeat this row with a rust brown or deep tan, and I'm going to work 3 double crochets in that 1 chain space because that is a single crochet, chain 2, which serves as a double crochet, and the chain 1. So in that 1 chain space, well, I'm just going through that loop that is created. I'm going to work a single crochet. There we go. Focus. Chain 2, which is a fake double crochet, and then 2 double crochets, 1 and 2, chain 1 in the next 1 chain space, work your 3 double crochets. So this is just like any granny square stitch. You're going to work 3 double crochet, chain 1 in the next 1 chain space. You're going to work your 3 double crochet and chain 1 until the corner, and in the corner you're going to work a corner. So I'll see you at the corner. So I've worked from where we started, 3 double crochet, chain 1 in each 1 chain space. In the corner I worked 3 double crochet, chain 2, 3 double crochet like we did the previous rounds. And now I have 2 1 chain spaces, which is going to happen because our rectangle shape is growing. So I'm going to work my 3 double crochets and then a chain 1, and just continue to work what you see. Right, there's a chain 1. I'm going to work 3 double crochets in that 1 chain space, chain 1. In this corner I'm going to work a corner, which is 3 double crochet, chain 2, 3 double crochet. Then I'm going to turn the corner and continue working my 3 double crochet, chain 1 in each 1 chain space. So just continue exactly like you've been doing. I'll see you at the end of this row. It's a row, not a round. We're making progress. Okay. So I'm in that 1 chain space and I'm working 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and 3. There we go. And I'm going to snip like I've done with all the other rounds and all the other rounds to follow. Yarn over, pull through, tighten off, pick your next color. Okay, so now we're going to do what we've done before. That's the beginning, so we're going to turn around just so we start at the beginning again, right? And I'm picking up my work. I've chosen this eggplant purple, and in the top of this double crochet, or between the two, which is what I choose to do, I work a single crochet and chain 2. That's my double crochet. Chain 1 for a 1 chain space, and work my 3 double crochets in the first 1 chain space. There we go. Now there's nothing to it. You're going to do exactly what you've done in the previous round. You're going to work what you see. I love this color. It is gorgeous. There we go. Every 1 chain space, you put a 3 double crochet, chain 1, and you're just going to work another round. There we go, all the way up to your corner. In your corner, you're going to work a corner, which is 3 double crochet, chain 2, 3 double crochet, all in the 1 space. Chain 1, work your 3 double crochet, chain 1, 3 double crochet, chain 1, 3 double crochet, chain 1, and work a corner in this corner. 3 double crochet, chain 2, 3 double crochet in the same space. Chain 1, and that brings you to your 1 chain space, and you're just going to continue doing what you've been doing in the previous round. So I'll see you at the end of this round. Row, not round. There we go. I'm at the end of this row, not round. I've made 1 chain, and I'm going to work a double crochet on the top of the last double crochet. Now I like to choose, okay, so now I'm just going to snip. That. Yarn over, pull through, and bind off. Now this is 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. I want to put the color of my sweater is this mustard yellow. So I want to put the color of the sweater in here before I end. So I'm going to work a round of mustard yellow. Then I'm going to finish off with my black. Then we start a different pattern. So I'm just going to turn it around like I've been doing, all the loose ends. It's coming on so beautifully. Get your next color, which is my mustard yellow, and slip knot on the hook. In that 1 chain space, I'm going to work a single crochet, chain 2, 1 and 2, and another 2 double crochets, which is nothing new because we've done this in that cream colored row. So just repeat this cream colored row all the way. Right, I'm going to work my pattern, which is the granny stitch, 3 double crochet, chain 1, 3 double crochet, chain 1, up to the corner. In the corner I work a corner like that. Beautiful. In the corner I'm going to work a corner, which is in this corner I'll work my 3 double crochets, chain 2, 3 double crochets, and in this corner I'll work another corner, just repeating this creamish colored row, and then I'll see you at the end of this row. There we go. I've worked everything the way that we did it in the previous rounds. Exactly. You can see a corner in a corner. Just working the granny stitch all the way around. Now I've come to the last stitch on this round. I say round when I should say row, and I say row when I should say round. Just forgive me, I cannot get it right. yarn over, pull through. There we go. Now I'm going to use black. Black may not be so good to see on the camera, but in real life sometimes we want to use a bit of black because it looks beautiful. So let's just hope for the best. But at least by now you should know what we're aiming for, what we're planning, where we're going. It's not like the first round is in black. Slip knot on the hook. And I've turned my work around so that we've got the end that has a stitch marker, which marked my first stitch on the hook. And with my black, which might be hard to see, I'm going to do what I did in the purple round. Between the first and second double crochet, I'm going to make a single crochet. And then I'm going to chain 2, which will be my double crochet, and chain 1, which will create my 1 chain space. And I'm working my 3 double crochets, granny stitch, as we've done all the rounds before. And that is what I'm doing. No mystery here. The color is just very dark, but it's going to look beautiful. So this is my last round of this granny stitch before I start a different pattern. Once I've finished this row, you might want to go and measure in front of the mirror to see if this piece of the, what shall we call it, a breast piece, is actually where you want it to be. If you want to add more rounds to this, then you can, but I'm not going to. Depends on the size. If you're a very teeny tiny person, or if it's for a child, you might want to make these only 4 rows, or definitely make it less, or not put as much of the next pattern on. But for me, my 2XL size is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows of granny stitch is enough, because actually it is 12, isn't it? Because it's 6 on this side and 6 on the other side. So let me finish this round and then we meet up. There we go. I've done another round. Yarn over, pull through and tie off. This is what my black round looks like. Looks like my purple round. It ends the same way, which is 3 double crochets in a 1 chain space, then a 1 chain and a double crochet worked on top of the last double crochet. Okay, so now we are going to change a little bit. Ooh, oh, lovely ends to work in. But it's going to look beautiful. Okay, so this is our rectangular. Let me see if I can move the camera. That gives you a better view of your front chest piece. There we go. Our neck will be at the top here. Now I am going to add a few rows here and of course here, because we're working alongside around here, all the way around up here in single crochet rows. So you should pick your next color, and I'm going to pick this deep tan, if that's what you'd like to call it. And to go ahead and make a slip knot on the hook, and I'll see you. So I've got my slip knot on the hook, and I'm going to turn this work so that I can, this is our stitch marker that shows us where we start. And I'm going to, okay, now I'm working on black, which is a difficult to see color. But there's my 3 double crochet. So let's work by process of elimination. there's my 3 double crochets and my 1 chain space. So on top of this double crochet, single crochet, chain 1, chain 2, I'm going to work a single crochet like that. In the 1 chain space, I work a single crochet. On top of every double crochet that I see, I work a single crochet. The 1 chain space, I work a single crochet. And a single crochet on top of every double crochet that I see. And that is what it's going to look like. So just continue this way up to the first corner. So I've worked single crochets all along. I've come up to this corner and I've worked a single crochet in the top of every double crochet. There's my chain 2 space, and I'm going to work 2 single crochets in that chain 2 space. Then, my apologies, there we go. Then a single crochet in every stitch, and when I get to my chain 2 corner, I'm going to work 2 single crochets in my chain 2 corner, like that. Just work a single crochet in every stitch. Single crochet in every stitch. It's a pity the last row is black, but it looks beautiful on the garment, but it's not good for the tutorial. So I'm coming up to my second corner, and in the 2 chain space in the corner, I work 2 single crochets. Then all along the side, I just continue working a single crochet into every stitch, and where there's a 1 chain space, I also work a single crochet, just like that. Right? So just continue working a single crochet until the end of this row. I'm on my last stitch. So I've worked single crochet in the 1 chain space, a single crochet in the top of every double crochet, and the 1 chain space, and then there's the last stitch. And I work my single crochet on top. There we go. You can pick your next color, yarn over and just secure it there beautifully. You can pick your next color. This is what it's looking like. Beautiful. And I will go with the green. I think I might just repeat the colors that I've got here. You can put the colors in any order as long as you use the same colors, not different colors. So there we go. With my slip knot on the hook, I'm just turning the work to where I normally start, marked by my stitch marker, and I'm going to my first stitch, and I'm doing a single crochet in that stitch. There we go. And then a single crochet in every stitch following thereafter. just a lovely single crochet, and the yarn split. Just continue working your single crochets until you get to the corner. So I've continued all along until I get to the corner. Now that is the corner, the 2 stitches that we worked in the corner. So in the first stitch I'm going to work just 1 single crochet. In the second stitch I'm going to work 2 single crochets, which is forming a new corner, right? And then there we go. The next stitch you just work your 1 single crochet again in every stitch. So what we're creating is little thin lines of color. So that is what it's looking like. In the first, there's the 2 stitches. In the first stitch I just worked another stitch. In the second stitch I worked 2 single crochets, and then I just continue 1 in each one. There's the second corner, and I can just do this. What is between my nails is the 2 single crochets I worked in that corner. In the first one I'm just going to work a regular single crochet. In the second one I'm making a corner with 1, 2 single crochets in the same stitch, and then from there on just keep working 1 single crochet in every single crochet until the end of this row. There you go. Okay, so I'm on my last stitch. There we go. Great stuff. Cut. Come on, cut. Yarn over, pull through, secure. Now, there we go. Beautiful. So I'm going to repeat this round 2, 1, 2, a few more times, and I'll meet up with you. There you go. This is the beautiful colors. Work 1 in every. This cream was my next color. There's my corner. As you come into the corner, there's the 2 stitches. In the first stitch you work 1, in the second stitch you work 2. I'm going to just show you again in this corner, because I don't want, if you're a beginner, to maybe get it wrong or miss it here. So there is my first, let me see, very clear. There's my first stitch, and then there's the 2 stitches. Those 2 stitches will work in the same. So in the first stitch I just work a normal single crochet. In the second I work 2 to create a corner, like that. And then if you want to, you can always put a stitch marker in there so that you know which was the first one, and that those 2 will work in the same. So next time around in that stitch you'll be working your, like this. What you can do is, if it's difficult for you, then you can say, let's see. Sometimes it's difficult for me to see. So these 2 were worked in the same stitch. So in the next round, this one, I'll work 1 double crochet and then 1 single crochet. And in this one, I'll work a double creating a corner. So that's my last where I work a single. So you can just put a stitch marker there if it makes life easier for you. You can never be too safe. Hey, there we go. Rather safe than sorry. Okay, so now I'm just going to continue to the end of this row. Okay, so I'm on my next color, and I've done what I showed you here. I've done here as well. So I'm coming up to the corner and I'm working a single crochet in the first stitch. Now this stitch is my this is the stitch that is marked is one of the 2 single crochets that were worked in the same stitch. So, and what it marks is that is my last single crochet that I work a plain single crochet. Right? Like that. So in the next single crochet, I'm going to work 2 single crochets to form a corner. So I'm taking out my stitch marker, and in the next stitch I'm working 2 single crochets. 1. Now once I've worked the 1, I can put the stitch marker in there because that's where I'm going to end my normal single crochets before I work a double. And I work in the same stitch, I work a second single crochet, and that's my corner. And then I just continue, and it's just, or the only time you have to do this is if you're battling with seeing where to put my corner to single crochet. So I'm going to continue working this beautiful color all the way to here, and we're going to repeat that. Okay, so I'm working into this stitch, then I'm working into the marked stitch, which tells me it's the last single crochet. Now I'm going to work 2 double crochets in the next stitch. Double crochets, my apologies, single crochets. So there we go, that's my marked stitch. Take it out, work 1 single crochet, and immediately mark that single crochet, because that's the end of my, in the next round it'll be the last one that I work a single crochet into. And then I'm going to work my second single crochet into the same stitch, which is my corner, and then I just work a single crochet into every stitch. And that is how I'm going to continue. I'm going to make another row of yellow and then a row of black. There you go. So now what I've done is I've continued, and I need to do a black round still, and I've measured. So now I've gone and I've actually measured. This is 22 centimeters across. 22 centimeters, which is 8.5 inches. 8.5 inches. You can't see. It's 8.5 inches across. If you want to measure at the bottom end here, it's 8.5 inches here. From that side to this side, like this. It's better to show you this way. 8.5, looks like 8.5 inches, or 21 centimeters. Looks like 20. Is it 21? Is it nearly 22 centimeters? And then from the top down, it's going to be 31 centimeters, which is just more than a ruler. 31 centimeters or 12 inches. Okay, so let me just go and measure. After measuring this, I am going to add 4 more rows. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that will bring me to my centimeters that I want across, and from here, from the neck down. Now from the neck down, it doesn't really matter, but what does matter is from left to right, or this is your neckline. From left to right matters, because you don't want this opening to be too small and you don't want it to be too big. So for my neck opening, obviously I'm a 2XL. I don't want it to be more than maximum 27 centimeters, right? Or 10.5 inches, 27 centimeters, but I even less than 27, just not more than 27. So I think each 2 rows is a centimeter. So if I add 4 rows, it's going to add 2 centimeters on this side and 2 centimeters on that side, which will bring me to 25 centimeters across, which will be how many? Nearly 10 inches, very close to 10 inches. 25 centimeters from left to right. Because the neck, when we do the neck, it will slightly decrease the neck opening. So, okay, so I'm going to add another 4 rounds of color. And I mean, I can pick any colors out of this, which colors I would like to add, like that. Okay. Okay, so I have folded back the ends so that you can see what it's going to look like when the ends are worked in. Okay, so let me just reiterate. The important thing here is not necessarily how long it is. Yes, on a child it will be necessary to know that from top to bottom it's the right length. On a child or a smaller person, you would just do less of these, right? So you would 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So instead of 10, you might have 9 or 8 so that it ends there. And you only have that little bit to work with your 5 rows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows of granny stitch. And I've added some rows here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got 9 rows of single crochet. I call this the stripy design, just a little stripy design. Now I've measured it again, because you can't measure enough, right? You don't want this to be too big, otherwise you have to pull it out, because then this will be on your shoulders instead of around your neck. So the space between the end of your shoulder and where your neck starts, that is important to get that measurement right. Now, where is my measuring tape? There we go. It's on camera and I can't even see it. So I've gone to the mirror and I've measured. And the measurement from the top down for me is 33 centimeters, or if I turn it around, 13 inches. 13 inches. And now that's for me. All right. I'm tall, 2XL girl. That is definitely my size. Now, from the left to the right, it is 25 centimeters or 10 inches. And I would like mine to be 27 centimeters, which means I can add a centimeter on each side. Now what I'm going to do is, that's where I will start the next round, because what happens now is from here to here and from here to here, that's the shoulder. The back of, this is the front, the back part will go up to here. So we need to work from there to there, there to there. We need to, that's where our front part needs to start now, from here up to the shoulder, here up to the shoulder. So we need to work here all the way down and then around this. So that is what I'm going to explain next. So once this part fits, or you've held it in front of you and you're happy that this is wide enough, it's not too wide, it's not too narrow, then we proceed. So what I've measured from here to here, what I need to get to my shoulder is 11 centimeters, which is this much. Or what is 11 centimeters? 4¼ inches. That's how much I need. Obviously, you need to measure yourself. So now, to determine the amount of stitches, what I'm going to do is, and you will also do this because there's no pattern for this, I freestyled this, right? Your size might differ. Anything will influence how many stitches you need here. Okay, so I'm going to just measure 11 centimeters from the top there to there will give me how many stitches? Let me just quickly measure this way. 11 centimeters will give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 granny square clusters. So that's 5 times 4 is 20, around 20 stitches. So we're going to say 11. I need 11 centimeters, and I'm taking something that I've actually crocheted to determine how many stitches I must add on here, the actual stitches. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 4 is 20. So 20 stitches, and then I'm going to start working here. Okay, so I've got a slip knot on the hook. Let me just move the camera slightly. I've got a slip knot on the hook, and I'm going to chain 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Let me just make double sure. 20. Yes, there's my 11 centimeters. See? Now what I do is I've chained 20, which is my 11 centimeters. And I'm immediately going to go into the first stitch, which I now really need to see because this is black. And I'm going to work 3 double crochets, a 3 double crochet cluster in that first stitch. There we go. Right, chain 1, and 1, 2, 3 is what I skip, 3 stitches. In the 4th stitch I'm going to work another granny 3 double crochet cluster, a granny stitch. I call it the granny stitch, but that is basically the 3 double crochet cluster. Right, So this is part of your, if we work everything in, we're still going to work a border here. That's your neck, the end of the neck, front. We're working that way now towards the sleeves. So just continue. Okay, so this is what I've done. You work a 3 double crochet, skip 3 stitches, you chain 1, then you work 3 double crochet cluster in the next stitch, chain 1, skip 3 stitches, and you work another 3 double crochet cluster, and that's how you continue all the way. So now remember, I didn't count stitches, right? And you didn't count either, and I'm just showing you what happens if you don't count. This is what freestyling is about. You know, if it doesn't work out perfect, you work out a little hack. So I've done my 3 double crochet, chain 1, 1, 2, 3 double crochet that I should work into. So now I need to decide, am I going to work into this stitch, which is 1 stitch away from the corner, or am I going to stretch just 1 stitch and work it in there, right in there, you know? So let's make that decision. Okay, so there we go. I'm going to share with you what I'm going to do, because remember, this marks the last stitch before the corner. The stitch marker has always marked the last stitch before the corner. So this is the last stitch before the corner. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stitches is what I've got there. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to, I want to work in the next one. So I want 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Yes, so what I can do is, I'm going to take out this one, chain 1. Then I'm going to do, instead of skipping 1, 2, 3, I'm just skipping 1, 2. And in the third one, I work. Right? And that is a little hack. In the big scheme of things, it doesn't matter, but around this corner, it matters. So I'm going to do it like this. 1, 2, 3 double crochets. I'm just being very transparent with you. You know, this is what one can do, and this is what I do. So no chain 1 there, because I want to work into the corner. That marks my last single crochet, and then here is my corner, the next stitch, and that's where I work a corner. And I'm going to work 1, 2, 3 double crochets and a chain 2, 1 and 2, and in the same stitch again 3 double crochets, because that is a corner, as we've been doing it so many times. See there where we worked our corners? That's exactly what you're doing here. And now you can chain 1 and 1, 2, 3, skip 3, and in the fourth one, now I'm just going to continue as per normal. Sorry for bumping the camera there. Now I'm just continuing as per normal, which is 3 double crochets worked in a stitch, chain 1, skip 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. See, so you don't really have to count stitches, because you can always make it work. The granny stitch, really, it disappears. That the fact that I don't have a chain there and a chain there, disappears in the big picture. You're not going to notice that. Okay, let me just continue. Okay, so I've continued. Now got the same little problem, which we will solve in the same way. I've worked my last one. I count 1, 2, 3, and it seems like my corner should land in this last marked stitch and not next to it, which I will do. So I'm going to go into that one and do this exception by working my corner stitch into that. So I'm moving my corner stitch 1 stitch back. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Chain 2 and into the same stitch another 3 double crochets. 1, 2 and 3. Now I did not chain 1 there and chain 1 there. So I would like the same amount of stitches, so I'm going to do the same little trick that I did here, I'm going to do on that side, right? Just the same there. So not a chain 1. You can do it your way. I'm showing you how I'm doing my little hack, fudging, whatever you want to call it, to make it work like that. So I'm going to count 1, 2, 3. And in the third one, I'm working 3 double crochets. And then no chain. 1, 1, 2. Instead of skipping 3, I skip 2. And in the third one, I work 3 double crochets. Just so that it's equal on either side. I really don't want to. Now chain 1, 1, 2, 3, skip 3, and in the fourth one, work a double crochet. My fudging, I just want my fudging to be equal. Yours might work out perfectly. 3, 4. But now you've just seen how I fudge it, so that because we're not counting stitches, if anything goes wrong, it's not a problem. We just make a plan. Okay, so continue working along this side. So I'm on my last stitch. And I'm working my 3 double crochets, 3 double crochet cluster, and I'm going to now chain 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Now I need to turn. What I'm doing now is I've worked my 20. Now I just want to make sure where I need to work a 3 double crochet cluster. So I've counted. There is a cluster. So right after the cluster, I need to work a cluster. Then I'm counting 1, 2, 3 stitches skip, work a cluster into this stitch. 1, 2, 3 stitches skip, work a cluster into that stitch. 1, 2, 3 stitches, work a cluster into that stitch. I am just, I do this. If you can do it without doing this, great. I'm not that fantastic. There you go. 1, 2, 3 stitches, work 1 in that stitch. So I need to work double crochet into that stitch. So not necessarily a double crochet, but I've got 1, 2, 3 stitches which can serve as a double crochet. And then I can chain 1. So I'm actually chaining 21. There is my first double crochet. So if I work it in here, there we go. So I'm going to work it in here. There we go. Let me just get that point. From this point on, we will also be turning our work. So you see, if I work 3, let me just work my 3 double crochets into this stitch, which to me is not so easy to see. Chain 1. So there, that is skip 3 and a double crochet with a chain 1 space, right? Now into this stitch. Let me just make space. Pull it a little bit, so that the head of this, there we go, there we go, there we go. There's not space for both of us. Don't want any of the others to fall out while I'm doing this little trick. 1, 2, 3 double crochets, chain 1. Now into the next stitch, which is that stitch, yarn over into that stitch. Nothing must slip, just get in there. And that's 1, 2, and 3 double crochets. Chain 1. Now the stitch just next to that one, there we go. And from here on it is plain sailing. So let's just have a look at what we've created here. 1, 2, 3. Double crochet, chain 1. Okay, that's what we've created with our 20 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then obviously in the next round there will be a 3 double crochet cluster at the end, which is what we've done here. On the one row ends with 1 double crochet, and the next row ends with 3 double crochets. So this row will end, pretend, on 1 double crochet. And now it's just plain sailing. So now I'm just working between my 3 double crochet clusters of the previous round. I am working 3 double crochet, chain 1, 3 double crochet, chain 1, the granny stitch that we've been working all along. Continue. Okay, so I've gone all the way around, and in the corner you just work your corner, which is your 3 double crochet, chain 2, 3 double crochet, same as before. And you just, now because we're turning our work, we are going to have a little, it looks like a little ridge, see there. But that happens in any, whenever you turn your work in the granny stitch, you get that. So I'm on this corner, 3 double crochet, chain 2, and 3 double crochet, and just continue working, you know, work your 3 double crochets and chain 1 in the 1 chain space, and There we go, chain 1, and there again 3 double crochets, chain 1, and you just continue working what you see, and I'll see you at the end of this row. So I've reached the end there. Now the trick is to make sure that whatever happens here is the same as what happened here, right? So we just need to do the same. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4 clusters and 1 double crochet. That's what I need. It needs to be the same. So it is chain 1. Now let me just roll over, because you see I'm on the wrong side. I'm on the back side of it. So I'm going to skip 1, 2, 3, and then the first stitch thereafter, it's easier if I roll it over. I can just roll it over, right? There we go. And I'm working my 3 double crochets, 1 and 2 and 3 double crochets, and I'm chaining 1 and skip 1, 2, 3, and in the fourth one work another 3 DC cluster, 3 double crochet cluster, 1, 2, 3. It's so difficult to work on this thin little stretch of single crochets. So there we go, and it's 1, 2, 3 that I skip, and I must work in the fourth one. 1, 2, 3 double crochet. Let me just count again. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Chain 1. Where am I now? 1, 2, 3. So skip 1, 2, 3, and in the fourth stitch I must work 3 double crochets. Now remember, with the previous one where we started, I used some of those 21 stitches to form a double crochet and a chain 1. So there we go, 1, 2, 3, and then here is my double crochet. 1, 2, 3 is my double crochet, and that's my chain 1. So I actually just need to connect. There we go, so that it looks the same. Now I'm just going to turn, and I'm going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then work another 2 double crochets, 1 and 2, there we go. I can always work in this end, and then chain 1 like this, and I continue working 3 double crochets in a 1 chain space. I continue with the granny stitch, working the granny stitch as we've worked up to now. So let me just work 1 there like that. Obviously when we finish off, this will be much neater. It doesn't look so neat now, but as long as the math works out. There we go, and we're just going to continue going all the way around. And we're nearly there, and then you just continue working. Here we're just going to continue working the stitches as we see it, the granny stitch as we see it. So I've worked right around, right around, up to my last stitch. Now we need to turn again. So it is going to be, that's my 3 double crochet cluster, and I'm going to chain 3, which will serve as a double crochet, and chain 1 for the 1 chain space. So that's actually chain 4, and I'm turning, and then I'm just going to work into my 1 chain spaces. Continue with my granny square stitch all around the side, round the bottom, and up the other side until I get to the end, which should look or mirror this side. So just continue. I am now continue working. You can see what it's starting to look like. This is going towards the sleeve. This is towards the sleeves. And that is the top on my shoulder. So I'm going to continue working around, down, all the way around here, and up the side. And then down again, round the bottom, and up the side for about at least 6, 7 rows. And then I'll meet up with you again. Then we'll be doing some measuring. So what I've gone and done is continued working from the top all the way down, round the bottom, up the other side, down again, round the bottom, up the side for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 rows. Now what's happened is, from the top, this is my shoulder seam. From the top measured right to the bottom at this point, this sweater, front of the sweater is as long as I want it to be, but it's not as wide as I want it to be. So I need to now add rows on this side. Just from the top to the bottom, stop, turn around to the top, stop, turn around to the bottom. So I've measured, and I think I need to add another 6 rows here. And I'm just going to be working from there to this bottom corner that I've now marked with a stitch marker, because this is where this is long enough. Here is where I will work the ribbing. It's not a rib, but it's the bottom detail, ribbing pattern, call it what you like, but this is where I'll be working it. So this, from here to here, this is big enough now. From here, from here right to the top, that's the length I want for my sweater. But it's not wide enough because I'm a curvy girl to XL. So let me start and work another 6 rows on this side only. And obviously I'll need to do the same on the other side. And then I'll measure and I will be back here. Okay, so let's see what I've done. This is the end where I've put my stitch marker, right? Now I've continued and I've worked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows. Just from here to here. Back and fro, 6 rows. So I didn't come around this side, right? Because this side from here, from the bottom to the top, was already the desired length. But it wasn't wide enough. So I've added now, what did I say? 6 rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows. And I did this on the other side as well. Now I need to go, so the front is basically finished. Finished in the sense that we need to do the back. Once we've done the back, then we are going to do the neck, and we are going to do the bottom pattern or design, the rib. Then we are going to do the sleeves after we've sewn together or crocheted together the sides and the shoulders. Okay, not in that order. Okay, we will first do the back, then do the top seam on the shoulder, do the neck, then do the side seam, do the bottom pattern, bottom rib pattern, then do the sleeves. That's the word. Okay, so now we need to start the back. So your sweater front should now be wide enough. That is the goal here. Mine is now exactly wide enough. So on this side as well, I've gone and added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows. Okay, there we go. So now I'm just going to start on the back. I'll be back in a moment. So this is how we're going to make the back. We're going to make a granny square. So for those who can make a granny square, skip this part. For those who cannot, stay tuned. This is a slip knot on my hook. I'm going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm going to slip my hook through the first chain and work a slip stitch to form a ring. Then I'm going to chain 3 plus 2. So that's 5. 1, 2, 3 chains will serve as a double crochet. 2 chains will be my 2 chain corner space from now on till forever for this granny square. In the ring, I'm going to work, I'm holding the straggler end here on the side. In the ring, I'm going to work 3 double crochets. 1 and 2 and 3. There we go. This is my 3 double crochet cluster. As we've been working on the entire sweater, we've been working the granny stitch, which is the 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, 3 double crochet cluster. But now we are actually making a square. So to form a corner, we're going to work 2 chains, and in the same ring, still holding the straggler end, to work it in, I'm making 3 double crochets to form my second side. There we go. And then 2 chains to form a corner. In the corner, it's always 2 chains. Then 3 double crochets in the center ring. 1 and 2 and 3 double crochets. And chain 2. And lovely, hold it there. Now to complete the square, I already have a fake double crochet, which is my chain 3 that is serving as a double crochet. But I need a 3 double crochet cluster. So I'm going to work another 2 double crochets into this ring. There we go. Now, there is my double crochet. And then I have 1 chain, 2 chains for the corner, and that is the top of my double crochet, fake double crochet, and I'm going to slip stitch in there. Now I can turn it over. Where is my beautiful scissors? and I'm just going to snip it off. Come on, don't slip. Don't be that slippery. That's it. Now, jump into the 2 chain corner space. There we go, like that. Make a single crochet, like that, and chain 2, which will serve as a fake double crochet. Single crochet, chain 2 is a fake double crochet. Then I'm going to make 2 double crochets, because that's what I need to have a 3 double crochet cluster. Like that. Now chain 2, 1 and 2, and in the same corner 2 chain space, I am working 3 double crochets. And every corner of this granny square is going to look like that. Every corner will have 3 double crochets, 2 chains, 3 double crochets. There we go. And I'm going to chain 1, work a corner in the 2 chain space, which is 3 double crochet, 1 and 2 and 3 double crochets, and chain 2 and 3 double crochets to complete my corner. Gorgeous, mindless crochet. Let the mind wander. Solve all your problems. Chain 1. Now we're going to jump to the next corner. We've just made a chain 1. We're jumping to this corner. We're going to work a corner, which is 3 double crochets. So there we go. 1 and 2 double crochet, 3 double crochet, and chain 2, 1 and 2, and in the same 2 chain space, 3 double crochet, 1 and 2 and 3 double crochet. I've finished my corner. I'm going to chain 1. There we go. Jump into the next 2 chain space, work a corner, which is 3 double crochet, 1 and 2 and 3 double crochet, and chain 2 and 3 double crochet, 1 and 2 and 3 double crochet. There we go. Now, to complete this round, we are going to chain 1, and in the top of the fake double crochet, we're going to do a slip stitch. There we go, slip stitch. Now I use the pencil grip, which means I do not turn my square after every round. I don't. If you have a knife grip, then 10 to 1, this square will form the shape of a vortex, meaning it will sort of go out of shape. And the way to fix that is to, after every round, you turn. Then you work back. Next round, turn, and then you work. You see, that's how you fix it. But I have a pencil grip. My square is square. I don't need to do that. So what I need to do is get into the corner. I'm going to slip stitch in the back loop of the double crochet, top of the double crochet, a slip stitch, and in the next top of the double crochet, slip stitch in the back loop. Then I'm going to go into the corner and make a single crochet and a chain 2, which is my fake double crochet. That's how I start my next round. So now I'm going to work a corner, which is 3 double crochet, chain 2, 3 double crochet. Let's do that. Second double crochet, third double crochet, chain 1, chain 2, and 1 double crochet, 2 double crochet, all in the same 2 chain space, corner space, third double crochet, and my first corner is done. Beautiful, my little child, you are beautiful. Okay, now I'm going to chain 1, and I'm going to work in the 1 chain space that I see, as in every 1 chain space that we've had here, we work a 3 double crochet cluster. So there we go. I've chained 1, I'm going to work 3 double crochet cluster, 1 double crochet, 2 double crochet, and 3 double crochet. Chain 1. I'm going to work in the 2 chain space in the corner. I'm working a corner, and a corner is 3 double crochet, 2 chain, 3 double crochet. So there we go. 1 double crochet, 2 double crochet, 3 double crochet, 1, 2, and 1, 2, and 3 double crochet, all in the same 2 chain corner space. Chain 1. There we go. Now, corner is done. In the next 1 chain space, after I've chained 1, I work a 3 double crochet cluster, like I'm going to work in every round hereafter. Wait, do not split. See, this yarn is beautifully soft. It's baby yarn, but it wants to split. Don't split. 3 double crochets. I'm working a chain 1. I'm jumping to my corner and I'm working 3 double crochet, 1 and 2 and 3 double crochet, chain 2, chain 1, chain 2, and another 3 double crochet, chain 3 double crochet. So double crochet number 1, second double crochet, third double crochet, all worked in the 2 chain space to form the corner. Chain 1, in the 1 chain space, 3 double crochet, 1, and 2, and 3 double crochet, chain 1. And then in this next corner, I work a corner which is 3 double crochet, chain 2, 3 double crochet, all in the 2 chain space. 1, 2, 3 double crochet, 1, 2 chains, and 3 double crochet. 2 double crochet, 3 double crochet, all in the chain 2 space. And we are done with that corner. We are going to do a chain 1, jump to the 1 chain space, work 3 double crochets, 1 double crochet, 2 double crochet and 3 double crochet, chain 1, and we're going to slip stitch in the top of that first fake double crochet to complete this round. That is the end of round 3. Now you're just going to continue. You work your slip stitch in the back loop of the top of the double crochet, slip stitch in the back of the loop on the top of the double crochet, work a single crochet in the corner, 2 chain space and 2 chains, and that gives you your first fake double crochet. Now you're going to continue to work in this corner. That is your 1 double crochet. You're going to work another 2 double crochets, chain 2 and another 3 double crochets, all in that 2 chain space. Then you're going to chain 1, and in the 1 chain space you work your 3 double crochet cluster. Chain 1, in the 1 chain space you work 3 double crochet cluster. Chain 1, in the corner you work a corner. What is in a corner? 3 double crochet, chain 2, 3 double crochet. And that is how you're going to continue round and round until this back measures from the top to the bottom the same amount of rows. Remember, because we have to make something that is wider than it is high. The way you do that is we are going to have to add some rows on the right and some rows on the left. That's how we're going to make the back fit the same size as the front. So now continue with your square, and your square, well, definitely my square, okay? You make your square your size. My square is going to be from, it's going to be, let me count, from that corner, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. So it's safe to assume my square must have 27 rounds. Then it will match this row. Then I will also have to add 6 rows on the side of my square, on the one side, and 6 rows on the left side. 6 rows on the right and 6 rows on the left. Nothing at the bottom, and they should match up. So first, let's go and make our square. As you count now, if you count, mine is 26, right? You've seen now, I must make 26 rounds. You should count how many yours is from the bottom, there where you stopped your square, up to there, the top. However many clusters you get, that is how big your square must be. If it's 23, it's 23. Mine is 26. Okay, let me do that. Come back to you. Okay, so let me just correct. I said I needed to do 26 rows. No, I misspoke. I need to do 27. Okay, so I realized when I watched my little video clip that I gave the wrong number. So here is 27 rounds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. So now I'm just going to end. Take that stitch and slip stitch in the top of that. Now I'm going to snip I'm going to measure, just make sure, and I need to end from the top to the bottom. This is now the right length, but it's not wide enough. I just need to count quickly how many rows I need to add. I'm going to put a stitch marker in this corner and a stitch marker in this corner, and the reason is so that I know this stitch marker marks 27 rounds. I need to add 6 rows to the side because this is a square. It needs to turn into a rectangle because it is wider than it is long. So at the moment it's a square. I need to add 7 rows on this side, 7 rows on this side, 7 rows on the left, 7 rows on the right. Okay, and I need what I do on this side, I need to do on the other side as well. So if this is the right side, I need to do it on the left side as well. So I've got a slip knot on my hook. And I'm going to start with a single crochet in the corner. And then I'm going to work chain 2 and then another 2 double crochets in the same corner space. And I'm going to work 1 chain, and in the 1 chain space I'm working 3 double crochets. There we go. 1, 2, 3 double crochets, chain 1, in the 1 chain space work your 3 double crochets. Beautiful. And I'm going to continue like this to the end of this row, just to the next corner. Then I'm going to turn my work and work another row until I get to the top here. Turn my work until I have done 6 rows. And the way I'm going to count it is 1, 2, 3, etc. So this will be row 1 after the stitch marker. I count how many rows, and I need 6 on either side of my square. I just want to show you, this is what I've done a few. This is the end of that first row. Then I turned, went back, came back. So here I'm at the end of my 1, 2, 3, 4th row. And I'm doing 3 double crochets. And I'm just showing you because it's something that I think you are able to do on your own. Work 6 rows, but if you're not, this is how I did it. I mean, there you go. And you just turn 1, 2, 3 chains, and I'm turning my work, and I'm going back this way. So I'm working to and fro, not going around because I'm just widening. This is actually on the right hand side of my square. I'm adding 6 rows to make it wider and doing the same on the other side. So after I do that, chain 3, which is a fake double crochet, I put another 2 double crochets into that 1 chain space to make it 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, and we just continue working the granny stitch, the 3 double crochet cluster and 1 chain space, a 3 double crochet cluster and a 1 chain space. We're nearly there. When I've done enough rows, it will be the end of the back. Then we're going ahead doing the next step. So I'm getting excited, right? So this was row 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I'm on row 5. I'm going to end this row, turn, come back, and that'll be the end of it because I only need 6 rows. There we go. So now all I need to do is snip. And then I am going to show you on the bed how I lay out. So this is the shoulder seam. The neck will probably be here and the shoulder, and this is the sleeve part here. So now I'm going to lay this on the bed, and I'm going to attach the front and the back to each other, line them up, and with stitch markers attach them so that I can try it on, make sure one more time everything fits, and then we're going to attach the shoulder and the side seams. Okay, so this is just to show you my finished square or back. You can see where there is the line of the square. Then you can see it stops there. So that piece, and you can see that piece, is rows that are attached so that my square is now no longer a square. It's wider than it is longer. That's the top. So now this is the right side. Now I'm going to put my other panel on it, and I need both hands to do that, and attach. Just hold a moment. Okay, so what I've done now is, this is the bottom, and I have counted out. This is my sleeve. I'm going to try it on now. And this is, I've just put a stitch marker, stitch marker, stitch marker there. It's my neck. This is my shoulder. So now I'm going to try it on in front of the mirror before I join my shoulder seams. I think one thing I forgot to say was this is the wrong side. So I've got the 2 right sides facing. On the inside is the 2 right sides, and the wrong side is on the outside. This is the wrong side. You can see how I worked only on one side, so this side is a bit squiggly, while the inside is smooth. Okay, so this, I've tried it on. It looks good. It's the right size because remember we need to put the ribbing detail on still. But for sizing, this is right. It's fitting me well. I'm at 2XL. There we go. I think everything fits very good. So now we're going to put it together. Thank you. Right, so now you've seen me actually trying it on, and now we're going to connect it. So we're going to start with connecting the shoulder seams. Now this is the way I had it on, which means the wrong side is on the outside. The right side, the 2 right sides on the inside are facing each other. So that is very important. Okay, let me just do this. The way I just want to explain this one thing. The way you can see here, you see the back has, definite stitches that you can work into, right? Until you get to the last 3, 4, 5, 6 rows that were added. Then you're going to work into the side of a double crochet, into the side of a double crochet. Now, when you work into the side of a double crochet, you're going to put 2 single crochets, right? Otherwise, you just work every stitch as you see it. But now on this side, I want to say there is more. The entire thing on this side is working into the side of a double crochet on the side, in the side, because there is no definite stitches like you get when you're working on the edge of a square. So we are going to crochet this together now, and we're going to start. I think it's important to make sure that when you start, you started the right stitch and you ended the right stitch. So when I put them together, I made sure that that is the last stitch, the top of that double crochet, and on this side, the last stitch is, there's a chain one and a double crochet. So actually, can you see my stitch marker went through the wrong one? It needs to go to the top of the double crochet there. So that's where I'm going to insert my hook. So I just need to take the stitch marker out. By the way, I mean, if you fitted it and it wasn't perfect, then you need to add a row on the side, add where you need to add to make it a little bit bigger. But I love the way mine fitted. Okay, so I'm going to go, wait, let me just get my stitch right. I've got my slip knot on the hook, and I'm going into that last stitch on this side, and on this side I'm going, there's the last double crochet, top of the last double crochet, a chain one, and in that stitch is the top of the double crochet. So that's the very corner, which is where I'm going in, and I'm going to make a single crochet. Let's just do that, get this piece out of the way, like so. Make a single crochet. Let me just get that. See, my end is not worked in, and it is just in my vision. So on the side of this double crochet, I'm going to work a single crochet. And a second single crochet. Right, like that. Then there is a double crochet, but on this side it actually corresponds with a 3 double crochet cluster, which is fine because you just take that last double crochet, you're going to work through this one and through that one, and that's what you're going to do. You're working a single crochet like this, and work like this, put a single crochet and a single crochet like that, right? So now I've got a cluster that corresponds with a 1 double crochet. No problem, because it's a row. Not all rows start on a 3 double crochet cluster. As we know, this one starts on a 1 double crochet cluster. But you're just going to work through this double crochet and then through that double crochet and make your single crochet and another single crochet, because for the length of every double crochet you're going to work 2 single crochets. Now here is the next one, right? Putting my hook through, and then on the other side, on the corresponding side, is 3 double crochet cluster, but you only put your hook through the first one. There we go. So let's work a double crochet, single crochet, and a second single crochet. Fantastic. And again, single crochet, single crochet. It just needs to correspond. 2 single crochets per row. There's the next one. Once you know what the mission is here, then it becomes easy, if I can put it like that. All right, I hope I'm explaining it well. Like that and like that. Can you see that there's two double crochets, but I've worked two single crochets in the side of that third double crochet. I've worked two single crochets over this double crochet post, and then in the 3 double crochet cluster, 1, 2 I've left, but in the last one I've worked 2 single crochets. You can see that on the wrong side, you can see it on the right side. That is what we're doing. So again, now there's where a join, just get that piece of join out of the way, through and through. There we go, single crochet, and again, I want to say it in the same space because it's still around the same double crochet that you're working. And I'm taking this stitch marker out of the way because this is where I'm now getting rid of some of the stitch markers, like this. Now you can see at the back I've got stitches that I can work into. No worries, I'm going around and I'm going to pick one stitch and I'm going through this double crochet and I'm picking another stitch. So of my 3 double crochets on the wrong side, I'll be working into 2, the top off. But on this side, I'm doing the same thing, right? There's the double crochet. Going to work around this post, connect it to the other side. And what is this? It's a 1 chain space, but I'm going to work both through them. So there we go. So 1 single crochet, again through this side, but now I'm connecting it there with the 1 chain space. Now I'm going through around the double crochet, and I'm picking 2, and there's the second one, double crochet, and this lines up with a chain space, like that, and it lines up. Take that space out of the way. My apologies. Like that. So now what happens is I've put my hook in this side. Now I can put it in the top of that stitch that I see, as long as you get it to line up. Right? So I'm going to work 2 here and 2 here. That's 4. So if you can get it to line it up, because that's what you want. Then it's going to look, there you go. It's just as if you were going to stitch it, but now we're just using a crochet hook. So there you go. So just continue up to this corner. I will get you here. I'm at the end here. So now let me just show you. There's a chain 3 and a chain 1. No, it is actually a chain 3, and then there's a chain 3 and a chain 1 as I came around the corner, right? So all I'm going to do is I've put my stitch marker in the exact position. So just those last few, I'm going to see that I work a stitch on this side into a stitch on that side. Because I think that's important, like that. Now you can work around this stitch if you want, and just like that. And around this one, but through the stitch on the other side. No, let me just make sure. I don't want to work in the same stitch, right? That's how you also need to make double sure. I need to work into that stitch, the next stitch. There we go. It's my next stitch. And then my last stitch is going to be that very corner one. Into that one chain space, just so that it forms a corner. There we go. So you've got a, there you can see it. What you've got here is a gap, let's call it a gap, or a one chain space, corresponding with a cluster and a one chain space. One chain space, cluster, cluster, one chain space. And that's what you want. That is what I want you to see. That's what we need to do. Right? Okay. I'm going to end off here, and I'm going to do the other top shoulder. So what I do before I start, now this is what we do, I mean, on the other side as well. You literally go cluster, corresponding is a space. Space, cluster, right? Let me put this down. Cluster on this side, space on that side. Space on this side, cluster on that side. Cluster, space. Space, cluster. And hold it. There you go. Space, cluster. Cluster, space. So that's basically what you're doing all the way. You get to the exact point where you start, and you start crocheting, and you must end up, it must end up looking the same as it did on this side. So I'm just sharing that is how I do it. Cluster, space, space, cluster, cluster, space. Okay, so that's the starting point, because where we ended there, on the right side, it's going to be a gap and a gap. And I'm lining it up so that it's a gap and a gap here as well. So there, take it like that. I've put my hook through like that so that it's lined up, and single crochet. So there we go, single crochet. And then just continue all along this space. Double crochet, working the side of the post in your one chain space. 2 single crochets. Okay, continue to the end. Okay, so I have finished this. Now there's just one thing that I needed to say, and that is, remember I said mine is a cluster, and opposite the cluster is an opening, and then an opening, and opposite the opening is a cluster. But if mine just happened to land that way because I had X amount of rows and so on. I mean, yours might very well be, if you had to add another row or one row less, it might very well correspond opening across from an opening, cluster across from a cluster. So I just wanted to point that out so that you know that yours doesn't necessarily need to look like this, where whatever corresponds with whatever, you know. It can be different, but if this is, to me, the way mine worked out is a little bit more, can I use the word complicated or difficult? And it's good that it worked out that way so that I could be on camera doing it with you. But literally, it's going to be like you sewing it from this side to this side. And instead of sewing it, I crocheted it. So let's just see on the wrong side, on the right side, it actually looks beautiful. Very neat way of connecting. That's the right side. On the right side, you hardly see it. And on the wrong side, it has a little bit of a ridge. Right? So that is the neckline. Okay, so what we're going to do now is, this is your sleeve opening. So I'm going to connect from under the arm all the way down the sweater to the bottom. Now obviously I'm going to start this side, and this is relatively easy because it is stitches. You're working into stitches, and this side you're working into stitches. So it's a stitch corresponding to a stitch, which is great. Okay, so I've got a slip knot on my hook, slip knot on the hook, and let's do this. And we're still working on the wrong side, right? The two right sides are still facing each other inside. This is the wrong side, and that's the wrong side on this side. I'm taking my, there we go. So, okay. So that is the one chain space. And then, so I'm just going to go into that one chain space. And into that, well, not into the one chain space. I need to go into the top, but let me just turn it so I can see it, like that. There's the one chain space, and that's the top of the fake double crochet. And then here is a double crochet, and in the top of that one, let me just get the yarn around, and there we go, and single crochet. And then in the one chain space, single crochet. And then now you're just going to connect it up. There's your 1, 2, 3 stitches. So the first stitch into the first stitch. So it's to me it's just important that you do line it up. The top of the second double crochet into the top of the second double crochet. Because if it doesn't line up, you know, here and there a stitch out, here and there a stitch out, and at the end of this piece you've got 3 stitches out, and then you've got to either redo it because it's not going to look right. There you go, and then the one chain space and the one chain space, connecting the two. I'm going slowly because I'm working awkwardly here under the camera, and it pays to go slow and do it right. There you go, like that. Beautiful. And now you're just going to continue like that all the way up to underarm. I'll see you right there. There we go. I'm on the last 3 stitches. There's the first stitch and the first stitch of that one corresponding, like that, and then the second and the second, and the third and the third, and then there we go. In the chain space, cut, and tie off, secure. There we go. Beautifully done. That's the armhole, and there we start. Now we're going to do the neck, but just work in these ends, because this is my second time that I'm doing this sweater, and this whole exercise around the neck is so much easier once you've worked in these ends. So just if you've pressed pause watching your movie, press play and sit and work in these few ends here and these few ends here, and we meet back together. Okay, so I have now worked in my ends. Now I need to turn it inside out because this is the wrong side. We need to get on the right side because we're now going to do the neck, the whole front piece. So let me pause while I turn it inside out. The wrong side must be on the inside. Okay, there we go. Now this is the right side. Now what we need to do is we are going to work around, up, and we're going to work a border around this way, all the way around. And then we're going to go back all the way around, round to here. And then we're going to work this detail around here. So that's more or less what we're going to be doing now. So where we're going to start, this is a front, and we're going to start here. Remember I said it looks like this piece because you're working here in that's a single crochet that's standing up like that. So what we're going to do is, in that single crochet, I've got a slip knot on the hook. In that single crochet, I'm going to make a single crochet. In that, it's one stitch, and I'm going to work that one stitch. Now, this little straggler end, I'm taking this side. I'm going to work it in as I go. In the side of this double crochet, so around the double crochet post, we're going to do exactly what we did when we fastened this, the neck, the shoulder. We're going to work two single crochets around like that. A single crochet and another single crochet. Always two single crochets around a double crochet. There's your next single crochet, and I'm working 1 and 2. And straggler end is following along, and around the cream I'm going to work 1 and 2 single crochets. There we go. And 1 and 2 single crochets. Next one, 1 and 2 single crochets. Next one, 1 and 2 single crochets. Now we get to this stripy detail. What I'd like to do is to put one single crochet into each stripe. So in the brown stripe, might be a little bit tight, doesn't matter. Go through it, work around, as you've worked around the post, go around your first double crochet, single crochet, and work a single crochet. The green, just go around the post. Let me just pull out that one because I want to show you this. Wait, let me just get that. Go around. So it means that is where my hook goes in. I say pen because in Afrikaans you say hier called pen. This is actually like a crochet pen. Okay, there we go. Now put it one deep. I say one deep, you know what I mean. Around the first leg of the single crochet, you make a single crochet. Try not to work too tight, because obviously it'll make the next round very difficult, because you're going to have to work into those single crochets when you come around. There we go. Not too loose either. The tension must just be even. Just be even. And around the green. There we go. Around the purple. There we go. Around the black. There we go. Now, okay, I've worked in that end up to there. And I'm going to just snip that end off. There we go. Okay, that's what it's looking like so far. Now, what we're going to do here is I'm going to work I should work around the post of a double crochet, 2 single crochets. But we are going to do a decrease around this corner. So we do the first single crochet. Right? There we go. First single crochet. When you do the second single crochet, so you've got the first single crochet on the hook, go in, make your second single crochet like this, and you don't bring the yarn around because that's when you end off the single crochet. Pick up a corner stitch there at the bottom of this treble, 3 double crochet cluster. Pick up a corner stitch and yarn over, and now through all 3 on the hook work a decrease. Then there you have 3 chains, and you're going to work 3 single crochets. 1, 2, 3. 1 single crochet where you see that the cluster was worked into that stitch, work a single crochet. You have 3 chains between a single crochet and a 3 double crochet cluster and a 3 double crochet cluster. Now in that, let me just fold it like this so that you can see. Here is 3 chains, and you've worked into the 4th chain. So in the 3 chains, you're going to work 3 single crochets. Work 1 single crochet at the bottom of the 3 double crochet cluster. Work 3 single crochets. Work 1 single crochet at the bottom of the 3 double crochet cluster. Continue. I'm going with you because here we face another corner, which is where the side front joins the shoulder back. This is the back that goes over your shoulder. So let's just slowly do this. 3 double crochets where I have 3 chains. And we're trying to work as neat as possible because this is a garment. You're going to be wearing this. And then a single crochet in the bottom of that. 3 single crochets where there is 3 chains. 1, 2, and 3. At the bottom of my 3 double crochet cluster, work 1 single crochet. Then now there, okay, there's your corner. If I hold it like that, you can see it clearly. So I'm going to work 2, 1, 2 single crochets. When I work my 3rd single crochet, I do it halfway. Then I go into this 1 chain space and I pick up another single crochet. So I've got 3 stitches on the hook. Yarn over, pull through all three to work a decrease, and then work in every stitch. That's the top of a double crochet. Now I am, let me just do this so we can see where we are. To orientate, this is the back. We have just started like this. We've worked there all along. Then we work up. Up to the shoulder. Now we're going to work at the back. There, at the back. So I'm going to turn the garment until we reach that corner where we have to do a decrease. Come down here and do a decrease and work this as well. So let's just get there. Let me just pause. So continue working a single crochet in every stitch that you see, like that. 3 double crochets, a single crochet on the top of every double crochet. In the one chain space, a single crochet, and then in the top of every double crochet, a single crochet, like that. Just continue to where we joined the shoulder join. There we go. So I've done my single crochets on top of my double crochets all the along, and here we have our corner like this. So I'm going to make a single crochet there. The next single crochet is there, and I'm picking it up. So I've got 3 on the hook, yarn over and work that decrease, and then the second double crochet, second single crochet, third single crochet. Why 3 in that? Because it is a 3 chain space. At the bottom of my 3 double crochet cluster, I work a single crochet. There where my 3 chains is, I'm going to work 3 double crochets. At the bottom of my 3 double crochet cluster, I'm working, there we go. Let me just turn this garment because we're coming down the side here, like this, but it's lying here very bulky. In the 3 chain space, work 3 single crochets. At the bottom of this 3 double crochet cluster, work 1 single crochet. In the 3, there we go. Let me just see where is our decrease. There we go. Just get it right. 1, 2, 3 single crochets. Right? Now that's the next stitch at the bottom. I'm going to go through and I'm only pulling it through halfway. I'm not omitting the last step. This is a double crochet here, so I'm supposed to work 2 single crochets in the side post of this double crochet. So I'm only going to start working my first one, and I've got 3 on the hook, and I'm yarn over, work my decrease, and work my second single crochet in the side of my double crochet post. So that was my decrease. Now we are back to working a single crochet in every single crochet stripe. 1 single crochet, and the next one is in the purple, work a single crochet. The next one is in the green, work a single crochet. It's easy when you can see everyone's got a different color. Next one is the deep tan, work a single crochet. The yellow, work a single crochet. And as we did previously, I work it in the side. So that if that is a single crochet, I work it so that it goes around the single crochet post. There we go, like that. And around the cream, just help it through. If it's a bit thick, it might be a bit thick because the thing is I worked in my ends. But if I didn't work in my ends, then oh my goodness, it would have been so thick here. No, not thick. The thing is, you've got all these ends. You've got to do what I'm doing now. Plus, you're battling to see past all the ends where the actual stitch is. Okay, there we go. I've got a double crochet post. I'm working 2 single crochets around the double crochet post. I've got a double crochet post. I'm working 2 single crochets around the double crochet post. I've got a purple double crochet post. I'm working 2 single crochets around my purple double crochet post. Cream double crochet post, working 2 single crochets around that post. My green double crochet post, working 2 yellow single crochets around the post. Same with my deep tan or rust brown, whatever you want to call it. See now, the thing why this is a little bit out of shape is because I've had stitch markers connecting this side with the other side to keep it sort of in place. So now you can just go through that single crochet on the top there again and make a single crochet. Now we're going to turn and we're going to go all the way back. So chain 1, turn just like this, and work a single crochet in the first single crochet. And in this every single crochet that you've worked, you're going to work a single crochet. All right, because we're giving this edge a little bit of body. So just as I'm doing now, I know this is time consuming, but I'm going through this very important piece of detail with you every step of the way, as if you are my daughter who can only single crochet and chain, so that you don't miss any step. There we go. There we go. Single crochet, and this is on the right side. It's going to look like this. So you're gaining a bit of height. On the wrong side, the not so pretty side, I'm just going to work my way over here like this, just very neatly. This is a garment. You're going to be wearing this. You want it to look neat. No point in rushing if the end result is not pretty. The only way for the end result to be pretty is to do it neat. Just be precise. Okay, so we're coming up on our corner. Okay, that's what it looks like. That's the right side. See? You're gaining a little bit of height. Beautiful. Now, this is where we are. Remember, we're going up. Now you're going to work. That's the single crochet on the side of your double crochet post. So I'm going to work one and then another one in that one, and 3 on the hook, yarn over and decrease. And now I'm going up the side, working 1 in every one. You just work a single crochet in every single crochet that you've worked, but you've worked a decrease there. Now on the right side, this is what it looks like. See how beautiful that is looking? Very neat and tidy. And that's what you want. So here again we are facing a corner. Let me just quickly work to get to the corner. A single crochet in every stitch. There we go. Single crochet. Just work very neat and tidy. Go slow, no rush. Okay, there we go. Now I've got my one on the hook. This is the last stitch before I go onto the side. Right? So I've got the one on the hook. Going to put through that stitch, grab some yarn. Through the next stitch, grab some yarn. 3 on the hook, yarn over, pull through all 3. That's my decrease. Here I'm on the side already. Work just 1 single crochet in every stitch as you see it. I'm going to turn it over just now so you can see what it looks like on the right side. Okay. Look how neat and tidy. Can you see? Okay, let me pull that. So this is where we are. Let's just orientate again. This is the back. That's the back. Here we are. That's where we are. We're busy going around the second time and we're working a decrease in the corner. Decrease in the corner, the way I've showed you now. I'm going to continue here until I get to this corner on the other side. Okay, so I've come to the last stitch. There's the last stitch before the corner. So I've got the last stitch, I've got the stitch on my hook. I'm going into the last stitch, grabbing yarn, pull through into the next stitch, which is along the side, up on the side, grab yarn, pull through, got 3 on the hook, yarn over, pull through all 3, and I've worked my decrease. Now I'm working my single crochet along the side here into each stitch. Very neat and tidy. Like this. Let me just, it's a little bit bulky to work here under the camera. It's of course better on your lap. Just keep in mind that's where the corner is. I just continue working a single crochet. And work a single crochet, single crochet. There it is. Single crochet in each stitch. And just see where it is. Okay, there we go. So I'm working in this one. Then the next one is there. That's the last stitch on this side. Then that stitch belongs to that side. So 1, go into the next stitch, 2, so I've got 3 on the hook, yarn over, pull through all 3, so it's a decrease. Then along the side, work my single crochet into every stitch, like that. There we go. That is what it looks like on the right hand side. That's the neck, and I've just come around this corner here, done that and that, and I'm heading for the, and I'm just going to work up to there. I've reached my last stitch so that it actually meets up beautifully there, right? Now we're going to do a detail around this neck, on the breast, chest, whatever you want to call it. Now the thing here is that ideally we crochet from right to left. But now I've been working on the inside, which is why this is how we've been working now, because this was our second row. So we're working on the wrong side, and then we see what it looks like on the right side, which is fine. It looks fine. But now we need to go down here and up again to here to finish this little detail that we need here. Now if it messes with your head doing it this way around, oh wait, nature calls, I want to sneeze. Apologies. So what I'm saying is, if it messes with your head in the sense that you would rather want to do the detail from this side, going down and up, because you're working on the right side and it's easier for you to see what you're doing, you can do that. Or you can just do it, or maybe I should do that. I can do that, but the thing is, I know what I'm doing because it's not my first time doing it. And, okay, so let me do this with you. So end here. Let's end there. Let's do it that way around so that we're working on the right side, and I think it's going to be easier for you and me. I'm going to end here. Leave a nice long tail. Nobody likes working in tails, right? Nobody likes it. But it's worse when you're stuck with a teeny weeny little bit of yarn to work in. Believe me, it is most annoying. Okay, so there we go. We've got that one little tail. Now, I'm going to make a slip knot on the hook, like that. Move the scissors out of the way. Let's see how easy we can do this. This is how we are now going to work. We're going to work around up to, we're not going to work, we're not going to touch this one, or this one. Right? So we're going to work up to here and here. That's what we're going to do. From here to here and back up to here. And we are just going to make it look like, you know, Heidi's little dress, where you have the sort of lacing up of shoelaces. So we're going to work, there we go. Okay, let me just see if I can zoom in a little bit. Okay. Pick the nice, neatest corner. Okay, so which means it's the top of, there we go. There. Anywhere there is a good place. Oh, if we can get in there, hey? There you go. In that, no, in that, it mustn't be that hard, in that stitch. Okay, so I'm making a single crochet. All right, then I'm going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's your little loop. And I'm going to come back and work a single crochet right next to that single crochet, which was the first single crochet we worked in. And I'm working a single crochet. Right. And then I'm going to work 3 chains. Let me just quickly confirm that. Indeed. So what I'm doing is basically I'm skipping to there. So I'm going to chain 3. 1, 2, and 3. And then where there is the single crochet, so now I'm at the bottom of the single crochet. I'm going to work a single crochet, and you can go, I would say, go deeper into the stitch and work your single crochet. Wait, it's splitting. The yarn is splitting. Go into that stitch and work a single crochet. And then chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come back, and now you can do a single crochet in the same stitch, or you can do a slip stitch. Doesn't really matter. I mean, I'm going to do a single crochet. So there is a loop. There's a loop, the second loop. 3 chains. 1, 2, 3 chains. In the next bottom of the next single crochet, going to work a single crochet and 5 chains. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come back to the same stitch. I'm going to work just a single crochet in there because that's just the easiest route to go here. And then chain 3. 1, 2, 3. Hop to the next single crochet. In the single crochet, work a single crochet. This is what you're creating. You're creating little loops. Now the reason you go in there is because this is going to be at the front of your chest, breast area. And it's going to connect. When we come back the other side, we're going to connect with this. So this and that side will pull as fabric pulls once it's over your body, depending on how loose you made this sweater or how tight or how, fitting it you made it. Okay, so let's just continue. So keep that in mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chains. Now I'm going to work in there, make a single crochet, chain 3. 1, 2, 3 chains to hop to the next single crochet. Work a single crochet in there, chain 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to form a loop. Go back into the same stitch and work a single crochet. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Hop to the next single crochet. In the single crochet, nice and deep into that stitch, you work a single crochet, chain 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, a single crochet where you've just worked the other one so that you can form a loop. That's the loops that are forming. Doesn't look so neat and tidy now. That's okay. Nothing looks neat and tidy until you block it, and it looks beautiful then, but it's looking fine. Okay, how many to go still? Wait, we're not going to do those 3. So it's 1, 2, 3 to do still. Okay. So chain 3. 1, 2, 3 chains to hop to the next single crochet. Work a single crochet. Chain 5 loop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chains. Come back to the same stitch. Work a single crochet in there. Chain 3. 1, 2, 3. Jump to the next single crochet. Work a single crochet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chain loop, and work a, come on, focus, work a single crochet. 3 chains. 1, 2, 3. I just need to make sure we're at the right end. See, we need to make sure we're not touching. Let me just show you. This is the loops that we've created so far. The very bottom one, that was the center, leave alone. And the 2 next to it, leave alone. Do not touch. So we're on our last one. Okay. There we go. Chain 3, and then I'm going to single crochet, chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, it's splitting. 4, 5. Back into the same single crochet. Make a single crochet. Now we've made each one loop that we wanted to make down this side. Now we need to get to the other side. So what we're going to do is we are going to just chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and we are going to slip stitch, not single crochet, slip stitch into that single crochet. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, into the next very center single crochet. We are going to work a slip stitch. And let me turn the work. This is where we are. Let me just pick up. I just turned the work so that we can see easier where we are. I've slip stitched. Now I'm going to chain 3. 1, 2, and 3. And let me see. Just need to make sure I'm at the right end. 1, 2, 3. This is still one of those that I need to skip. And I'm working a slip stitch. And I'm chaining 3. 1, 2, 3. Now I'm in the corresponding to my last loop of the previous one. So I'm going to work a single crochet, and I'm going to chain 1 and 2, just chain 2. Then I'm going to go through this loop, yarn over, bring it through, chain 1, and then chain 2. 1 and 2, and I'm going to slip stitch, not slip stitch, single crochet back into my first original stitch, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, single crochet in the next stitch, in the next single crochet into the next single crochet. Okay, so look what you are doing. Can you see what's happening? Okay, let's do another one so you can see what's happening. I need to make a 5 chain loop, and I need to connect to that loop that is already there. So the way I'm going to do it is chain 1, chain 2. My third chain will be putting my hook in from the top, yarn over and pull through a slip stitch, working another 2, 1, 2 chains, and coming back here and making a single crochet. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and in the next single crochet work a single crochet, chain 2, 1 and 2, corresponding loop from the top, go in, yarn over, pull through like that, slip stitch, and now chain 2, 1 and 2, come back here and work a single crochet, chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's see, this is what we're creating. All right, that's what we're creating, that little detail. So on this side, what you're working is, you work your single crochet, you chain 2. Your third chain is your connecting chain. Then you come back and you chain 2 down, work a single crochet in the same stitch. Chain 3 to hop to the next single crochet. Chain 2 up, third chain is a connecting chain. Chain 2 down, single crochet into the same stitch where you single crocheted. And that's how we're going to continue. Let me do another one with you. Work a single crochet. There we go. If this is too fast for you, in the settings, I think it's on below here, it looks like a little gear. You can adjust the speed of this to half the time, 3/4, 0.75, 0.5, if it's too fast for you. So let's try. Chain 2, I've made a single crochet, chain 2, 1, 2. My third chain is a connecting chain. I'm putting my hook in the top, yarn over, pull through and through, and then chain 2, 1 and 2. Come back down and make a single crochet. And that is what we're doing. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Jump to the next single crochet. Just work very neat as you can, because this is going to be the center front of your garment. Chain 2, grab the corresponding loop from the top in, yarn over, pull through and pull through, and chain 2, 1 and 2. make a single crochet in that, exactly where you did your initial single crochet. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. We're nearly done. Jump there to the next single crochet, make a single crochet, chain 2, grab the corresponding loop, work from the top in, yarn over like this, chain 2, 1, 2, back into the first single crochet, work a single crochet, chain 2, 1, 2, 3, chain 3. Hey, nearly made a mistake. In the next single crochet, work a single crochet, chain 2. Now work your connecting chain, slip stitch, chain 2. See, it's better if you just turn it a little bit. Chain 2. Everything is better on your lap, but I just want to orientate you so that you know where we are working at. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3 to jump to the next single crochet, make a single crochet, in that single crochet, chain 2, find the corresponding loop and do a connecting chain from the top in, yarn over, pull through, and there is my chain. Work another 2 chains, and I'm doing 1, 2 chains, go back to my single crochet, work a single crochet, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and here I'm going to work a single crochet, and I'm going to work 1, 2 chains, and I'm going to find the corresponding loop, which is my last loop, work a slip stitch and chain 2 and work a single crochet in the last single crochet, so that stitch in there you go, nice and tight. Scissors has disappeared under this big garment. There you go. Snip a nice long end, yarn over, pull through, secure. And now let's look at what we've created. Let's zoom out. There we go. Let me just turn the garment. So that you can see what we've created here. Right? This is going to be in the front of your beautiful little detail. You could have made loops and then put some lacing through it, like a shoelace, and tie it with just a bow at the top. No problem, you can do that. You can change anything about this garment that you want to change. This is the second one I've done, and this is what I find looks best. And yes, that is what. Now just work in these few ends to make it look really neat on top. Then we are going to work around the bottom edge. So I've worked in my little ends, and I think it is looking beautiful. So now we move down to the bottom. of the sweater. Okay, just to orientate you, this is the top. We're going to work at the bottom now, so I'm going to rotate. There we go. So that we have the bottom ribbing side in front of us. I've got a slip knot on the hook. Just a moment. There we go. Slip knot on the hook. I'm going to start here. That's the side. That's the wrong side, the right side, and mine has 2 gaps. Yours might have ended with a 3 double crochet cluster and a gap. Doesn't matter. The point is mine has 2 gaps. I'm going to show you how I will work over 2 gaps. So I'm going to start with the previous gap, and I'm going to work a single crochet, chain 2, which is my fake double crochet, and then another 2 double crochets to form my 3 double crochet cluster, like this. Chain 1. Now in this I'm going to work 3 double crochets, right? So I'm going to work 1 double crochet, finished. Then I'm going to work a decrease, which is a double crochet omitting the last stitch, and in this next gap a double crochet omitting the last step, yarn over. I've got 3 on the hook, yarn through all 3, and now you can clearly see the gap, not the gap, the decrease, so that there isn't a gap. I don't like that toothy look. And another double crochet, and that's my 3 double crochets. Yarn, chain 1 in the next side of that double crochet, or which would result, it's the same as a 1 chain space. I work 3 double crochets, like this. Chain 1 and 3 double crochets in that. I find if I do it like this, the transition to the rib part is nearly invisible or seamless. It's just, it flows because this color is the same as this color. So this is what we're creating here. See, in the next round, you're going to work a 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, 3 double crochet cluster. And you really have to look to see that that is a decrease worked there. Okay, so continue doing this, working chain 1 and a 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, 3 double crochet cluster, the granny stitch. I'll see you on the other side. Okay, so we started here. We worked our decrease over the join. Now I went ahead and, as you can see, these are the rows, and wherever there was a space, I worked a 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, work a 3 double crochet cluster into the space. Then you can see here we get to the square again, right? So you're just going to work as it looked in the previous round, the granny square stitch, right, all along, like this. And then we get to, there is the last corner of the square, and then we started with the rows again. And as you can see, I'm working a 3 double crochet cluster where there is 1 double crochet on its side, etc. Now I'm coming up to the join again. Okay, it's a bit bulky. Let me just move that out of the way. Right. So here is the join again. That's on the wrong side. This is on the right side.
I'm going to work 1 double crochet. I'm going to work another double crochet, omitting the last step. Hop over to the next gap, work a double crochet, omitting the last step. I've got 3 stitches on the hook, yarn over and through all, so that is effectively a decrease, and then another double crochet right there. Right, so it looks like 4 posts, but it's 1, 2, 3 stitches. Chain 1 and continue as you've been working the granny square stitch. Chain 1, 3 double crochet in the next, wait, my yarn is splitting, in that side of the double crochet while I'm crossing over the rows until I hit, here is the first as I'm working now, corner of the square, and then I'm just going to work what I see. A 3 double crochet cluster in a 1 chain space, chain 1, 3 double crochet cluster. Continue until we hit the end of this round. I'm at the end of this round, so I'm just going to slip stitch. I've chained 1. I'm going to slip stitch in the top of my fake double crochet. There we go. Come through, there we go, nice and tight. Like that, secure. Now we are going to repeat this part where we're going to work 1, 2, 3, 4, only 5. I'm only going to work 5 rounds of these colors. I'm not going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 colors. I'm going to obviously maybe leave out the yellow and pick the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colors, and then I'm going to repeat this little detail also only with a few rounds, not as many rounds as here. You can do as many rounds as you want, but this, say from here without the yellow round to about here, this is basically what we're going to repeat now at the bottom of the sweater. So I'm going to pick a color and start and work. It doesn't have to be in the same sequence as I've got here. The tan, olive green, cream, purple. I'm going to leave out the yellow and the black. No, I can change it. Doesn't matter. It's the same colors, so it can be in any sequence. But you do it the way you want. So grab your next color out of this color range, and we're going to start. And I'd like to start off with my lovely eggplant purple. And I'm just going to start you off because now this round, the following rounds are quite easy because here we go. This is the side. There's the side seam. So now I'm really just going to start right there and a single crochet and chain 2, which is my fake double crochet, and another 2 double crochets. I'm going to work the granny square stitch, granny stitch, not a granny square stitch, granny stitch right around this round. So chain 1, I skip over, remember this decrease that we worked, and I'm just going to make my 3 double crochet cluster in the next 1 chain space. There we go. Beautiful. And hop over to the next 1 chain space. Work a 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1. Like that. And once I finish this round, I'm going to connect up exactly as I did here. I'm going to work a 3 double crochet cluster in this stitch, chain 1, slip stitch into the top of my fake double crochet, bind off, pick my next color, and either start on this seam or the other seam, again on the side, work my 3 double crochets, well, single crochet chain 2, which is my first fake double crochet, as we've just done, another 2 double crochets to form a 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, 3 double crochet cluster, and go around and work as I'm going to work 5 rounds. Now you can work more, try it on afterwards, see if you're happy. If you want more or less, yours can be more or less. Remember, you change everything. We are creative people. We don't do everything that we see. So, but this is what I'm doing. I'm doing 5 rounds. There we go. I have gone around several times. I'm on my last stitch. So as you can see, I'm just working the granny stitch in these different colors in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds. Now I plan to do, I think, 5 rounds again of single crochet as we did here, right? Because you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds is going to be about 2.5. 2 rounds of single crochet is about the height of 1 double crochet. So I think if I do 2 single, and another single, it's about 2.5, the height of 2.5 double crochets. And I think that's what I want to add here is another 1, 2.5, like about that much. I'll see, right? Because nothing's set in stone. I mean, I so enjoyed doing these rounds. Okay, so chain 1 and just do a slip stitch in the top of that first fake double crochet. That's right, like that. I so enjoyed doing the rounds that, you just want to carry on, but it's not a blanket, so you don't want the sweater too long. I just wanted waist, just below my waist. Okay, now we're going to start with our single crochet. This is the side seam, right? There you can see on the wrong side what it looks like. This is on the right side. Okay, I'm going to choose purple. I love this purple. So we're going to make a slip knot on the hook. Beautiful. Okay, now I can decide if I want to work it in as I go. There's the, so let's start. I want to start on the side seam. So let's start on the other side seam. Just turn this quickly. Where's the side seam? There it is. I would like to start on the side. Just want to make things less noticeable. Okay. On the side, in a 1 chain space, work a single crochet and a single crochet in every stitch. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to work this in. I'm going to take the straggler end and work around it so that I sort of work it in as I go. Every stitch you work as it presents itself. Beautiful. And I'm going to work around, right around, and I'll see you when I get back here. So that is what you're going to do. Work a single crochet in every stitch. Now I've come to the end of this round. I've worked a single crochet in every stitch, and I'm going to show you this now because then you go ahead and you work as many rounds of single crochet as you want to. I think I'm going to work about 5 or 6 rounds, which will be equal to the height of 2.5 double crochets. Okay, so this is what you're going to do. This is what I do. That a single crochet in the last stitch. Now that was my single crochet I made in the chain 1 space. But I'm not going to try and connect there, right? I'm going to go to that first stitch and I'm going to do a slip stitch like this. And it is as if it pushes that stitch to the back and as if it covers over that stitch, if you can see. And then I snip and yarn over and secure, and there, this is what I mean. Let me see if I can show this clear. It's as if it pushes that stitch to the back, and my slip stitch that I did in that first in the top of the first double crochet, the single crochet I did there, that slip stitch covers over that stitch because I don't want it there to be a visible start and stop, because it's a garment. I want it to look as good as I can get it to look. Okay, so now choose your next color, and I think my next color is going to be, I'll use the green, and I'll make a slip knot on the hook just to show you how I start. Now my green, you can see, it's a slightly thinner 3 weight than that. To me, that is of no significance. Anyway, so here is the side seam, and I'm going to start here. Otherwise, I can start on the other side, which I will do. I like to alternate. And then when I get around to here, I will just work over this straggler end in. It is at least one end the less that I have to work in at the end. So where was the other one that I worked in? There. So that I just need to cut off. See? So it's like it's worked in already. There we go. Now let me start 1 stitch, 2 stitches back, because I'm going to do this again, right? Here I'm going to make a single crochet, but when I come back to connect, I'm not going to connect into this single crochet. I'm going to connect into the next single crochet like we did here. So I'm going to take the straggler end as well and keep it there if you want to. If it's too much to concentrate on at one stage, don't bother. Now, so it's basically my second single crochet. When I come back, I'll work that single crochet, jump over and work a slip stitch in the top of this single crochet. So this is what I'm going to do. Just as it presents itself, I'm working a single crochet in the top of every single crochet that I see. And now I've got 2 straggler ends that I'm just working in at the same time. Single crochet, working in, and you're going to work all the way around, single crochet in every stitch, which is why I like to alternate, because I don't really like to work in 2 strands. I don't want it to bulk up my stitches. There we go, getting to the end of that. It's at least 2 ends less to work in. And that is just how you're going to continue. And I'll When you come to the end of this round, remember to work there a single crochet, then work a slip stitch, not in the top of this stitch, but in the top of the first, actually the second single crochet, isn't it? Like we just did here. There we go. I like that to be, because I like the seam to be invisible. Let me show you. Just one more time. We're going to work in the last stitch. And I'm not connecting to the top of that single crochet. I'm jumping to the next one, the top of the next one, and I'm doing a slip stitch. And you can see how I literally pull it and it covers that stitch. Can you see? So that the join becomes invisible, which is my aim, is to have that invisible join. And I yarn over and secure tightly. There, see? I don't want it to be visible where I start and stop. Now I want to mention something. If you have this problem, if you don't, no worries. Let me just quickly turn this garment around and put it down here. And I'm cramped for space, but I want to just point something out. Can you see how this, it is like the rows of single crochet wants to flare out. Now I can only guess it is because you are working an actual stitch onto a chain 1 space. That is my guess. It's a guesstimate. If you know exactly why this happens, you can tell us. So now what if you do not want that? Now, in my first cardigan, it didn't matter because this is exactly where it lies on my hips. I'm a curvy girl and it lies nice and flat, and that is fine. But if this bothers you, then I've only done 2 rows, which is equal to 1 double crochet in height. I want to do another 2 rows, 3 rows actually. So what you can do is to say, okay, how many double crochet clusters do I have here? It's got a little bit of a flare. I just want to sort of bring it in slightly. So you can say like every 10th double crochet cluster, which means, where's the side? That's the side. I can say, let's do this very visible. There, that's the side. On the side, then count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If you are doing a size like mine, I mean, I'm a 2XL. If you have less clusters, this is freestyling. I'm just looking at this and I'm saying, I'm guessing. This is what I'm going to do because I've laid this out on my bed and I thought, I don't want to pull it in, but I don't want it to flare. So I just want to sort of eliminate a stitch here and there. So every 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and add a stitch marker in there. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Add a stitch marker in there. And where does that bring me? Doesn't really matter which stitch you choose. Yeah, that's exactly, there we go. That's just on the, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means I will, if I work a decrease there, I will take out 4 stitches. On the front, 4 stitches. I do the same on the back. It's about 4 stitches on the back. That's 8 stitches. 8 stitches, not 8 stitches. One is on the side, one is on the side. 1, 2. So it's 4 and then 2 at the back is about 6, 7 stitches, right? If you continue going around, and every 10th one you just put a stitch marker. Now I'm going to show you how to work a decrease there. So I'm going to choose my next color. And mine would be this neutral, little bit darker than cream. Slip knot on the hook. Pick a side. Just quickly see there's the side. And I'm picking this side. Remember how we do the side? Okay, so let me just start there on camera. And lovely, there, tight. On camera there. I do a single crochet. And I've got the straggler end at the back. Now, you will remember this, or please remember this. When we come back at the end of this round, you're going to work your last single crochet here. Skip this first stitch, and in the second single crochet, work a slip stitch in the top, which will cover the top of this stitch, which I've just shown you in the previous round. So I'm not going to show that again. That's how you end every round of this single crochet rounds. At the bottom here, and you'll do the same on the sleeves. Okay, so single crochet in the next stitch, and I'm working over the straggler end, and I'm doing a single crochet. And here I want to do, say, a decrease. So I'm going to work yarn over, pull through, but I'm not going to, so I'm omitting the last step, which would be yarn over and pull through 2. I'm going into the next stitch, which is the marked stitch, and I'm going to grab yarn and pull it through. I've got 3 stitches on the hook, yarn over, and pull through all. So I've just worked a decrease. And I'm going to take my stitch marker out, because you don't want to decrease a lot. All you want to do is, you just do not want it to flare. And then just work a single crochet in every stitch. And when you get to the next stitch marker, you're going to do the same. Exactly the same. You're going to work a decrease. A little decrease like that. You can see that is so small. It's not going to pull the work in. It might just help if you have a little bit of flare. So that's how you correct. Well, definitely if you freestyle, you are adjusting all the time as you go, because it's like sculpting. Okay, so I'm going to go around, and I'll see you on the other side. There we go. Now I'm going to hop over this stitch and into the second stitch worked, right? Into the second stitch. And I'm going to do a slip stitch, which will cover over my first stitch. And it will look like there is no join, which is the aim of the game here. Okay, and I decreased, I showed you the 4 stitch markers. That was one on the side, one on the left side, one on the right side, 2 stitches in the front, and then I did 2 stitches in the back. So that is 6 stitches decreased in this round. It is not a decrease as such, right? Because we just want to stop the flare. That is all you do. So if this round is decreased by 6, it's like it stays the same. It's just not having that frill effect. And that's what you want to do. So I'm going to go ahead and pick my next color and work my next round. And I'll have a look, and if I see, as I say, I didn't have the problem with my first sweater that I made, because, why? Because I have curves, and this is the point just below my waist as you go to my hips, where it was lying flat on my hips. But if you are a more slim girl, you don't want this to sort of flare. You want it to stay the same. That's why I just give you the option of just counting like every 10 3 double crochet clusters and working a decrease, which in my sweater size translates to 6 stitches in the entire round, which is not much. And then the next one, if I do the same, it will also decrease by 6. It's not decreasing, as I just said, it's just not flaring or frill. It's not going to have that frill effect. It will visually, it will look the same. It will look like the same width as my granny stitch pattern that I've worked here. Okay, so now let me pick a side, a different side, not the same side where I stopped. I want to pick a different side, the other side seam here. And yes, see right there where the decrease is was on the side. So I'll just start here with my next color, and I'll just put in a few stitch markers, because then it's mindless, right? If I put in a stitch, wait, let me just put a stitch marker in. This is the side, and I'm going to just, not on the side, I'll just 1, 2, 3 stitches in, I'll do the decrease. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and more or less here I'll do another decrease, just not on the same spot where I did that one, just a few before, and I'm just going to look for, that's the next decrease. I'll just do it here a little bit before that, because you want it seamless. You don't want it to be obvious that there is, if you stack the decreases, you're definitely going to see someone's worked the decreases here. Round about there is where we'll put a stitch marker. And this is the side, very obvious where I ended, so I know when I get here, that's my decrease. I'll probably work a decrease a little bit further on. I want to work it further on. Right, like that. So it's just round about this. So it's about 4, 5, 6 stitches that I'm going to decrease, and on the other side as well. Really just eyeballing it here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've worked a decrease there. So just a few stitches before. And that's about it. I'm not even going to, I think this round I'm just going to do it 5, not even 6. Because I really don't want to decrease. I just want literally to not increase, not flare. Right, so I'm just going to start there and work a single crochet. Then I can actually take this out. That there is the decrease was worked there. So I'm going to, I've got my single crochet. Where's that straggler end? Come on. I want to work you in. And I'm going to work a single crochet, all the while working over the straggler end. And I've just gone over that. And about 3, 4, 5 stitches further on, I work a decrease. Go through, get some yarn. In the next one, go through, get some yarn. 3 stitches on the hook, yarn over, pull through all 3, and I've worked a decrease. And I just continue working my single crochets. And when I hit a stitch marker, I just work a decrease again, like I've just showed you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to finish this round, and I'm going to add another round. I might even do 6. Let's see. I have crocheted that last stitch. I'm skipping the first single crochet to the second single crochet, doing a slip stitch over that first one, pulling it really tight like that. And as you can see, it creates a seamless join. There you go. Yarn over and just secure like that. Okay, so I've gone ahead and I have made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds, and the reason for that is I know I'll be wearing this sweater with black. So I don't want the last round to be black because it will look like it's ending on that deep tan color, and I don't want that. Anyway, so this is the end of my sweater, the bottom end. I'll just work in my ends that I need to work in. Let me just quickly turn it. So this is what it's looking like. This is the end of the bottom edge of the sweater. This is what it's looking like. I love the way it looks. And yes, the next thing that we have to do on this sweater is the sleeves. So let's get going. Okay, so now we need to do the sleeve, and here is one sleeve completed, and I've got it on this panoramic view so that you can see from the start here to the finish what the sleeve is going to look like. You cannot actually see where you've started with the sleeve, and the sleeve is going to run from there. That's this stitch marker marks our first round of the sleeve, right? That's the first mark. Then we are going to work a decrease every 4th round, and I did 1, 2, 3, 4 decreases, and then I tried it on, and I decided, okay, I've got it where I want it now. Then I did not decrease again. Now let me just show you this. So from the first row to the last one, mine is 40 centimeters, and if I turn it over, that is 16 inches. 16 inches. So up to the point, let's get a closer look here to where I decreased. This I think was my last decrease. That one marked the last of, no, that was my last decrease there. So up to my last decrease was 8 inches. At the 8-inch mark, when my sleeve was 8 inches long, I stopped and put it on. So 20 centimeters. But you can put it on at about 6 inches, I would recommend, okay? My recommendation is, when you've worked the sleeve 6 inches, go and try it on to see if that is enough decrease or not. Now, it does depend if you are a slim girl or a curvy girl, okay? If you're like me, over 50, curvy girl, you're going to have more arm filling the sleeve than a younger person or a slimmer person. Okay, so now here we go. So I'm going to now, because I've done this one, I'm going to walk you through how to do the other sleeve, because you haven't done a sleeve, and how I did it. So I decreased every 4th row. You can decrease every 5th row or every 6th row. I've seen other people decrease every 6th row. It depends on how long your sleeves is. I actually have long arms. I've always had long arms. So 16 inches is what mine is, from the top of the shoulder to where it needs to be, because mine is not, my shoulder ends exactly where it needs to end. So it's 16 inches for my sleeve. But if your sleeve is only going to be like 13 inches, then maybe you wouldn't want to decrease every 4th row. You want to decrease every 6th row or 5th row. Okay, so this is my second sweater. So now I've got, by this time I've got it down to a T on how I want it to look. And as you can see, it looks like it's increasing here. So it has that little bit of a boho style to it. But that is not my doing. What's happening is the yarn that I used for the body of this sweater is a lovely baby, soft, 3-weight double knit yarn. Now, the yarn that I used for my 5 colors, my green, my purple, my cream, my tan, and black, is just an average ball of 3 weight. And you can see the purple is a little bit thicker 3 weight than, for instance, the green and the yellow. Now, to me personally, that doesn't matter. But what you do get is, because after you've stopped increasing, the point where I stopped decreasing. The point where I stopped decreasing, my actual arm is now past the elbow, so it's the forearm, and your forearm is thinner than the upper arm, right? So it's going to look wider unless you keep on with the decrease. If you continue decreasing, if that's the look you want, and maybe you don't want this in the sleeve, that's your option, So, okay, without further ado, let me adjust the camera, and we are going to do our first round around here. So let me just for orientation, I like good orientation so that I know where I am at all times. This is the sleeve. I'm taking it back now, and we are now going to work on this sleeve so that when I bring the camera in so that you can see better what I'm doing, this is where we're going to start. We're going to work around, and I'm going to be telling you what we did to get it like this. So get your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 stitch markers. Closer, I've got my stitch markers. There we go. At least 5 of them. And your hook and scissors. And for now, the main color of the sweater. Okay. Let me quickly make a slip knot on the hook. So where my sweater starts, and you can see the way I worked it here, cluster corresponding with another cluster, cluster corresponding with another cluster. This is the right side. We are working on the right side. Slip knot on the hook, and we are going to work in this chain 1 space and this chain 1 space. We are going to work 1 3 double crochet cluster, and we're going to work it with a decrease, and this is how we're going to do it. You go through the first 1 chain space and you make a single crochet, chain 1 and 2 for your fake double crochet. Now you're going to, in the same space, work a double crochet, omitting the last step. Hop over to the next 1 chain space, work a double crochet, again omitting the last step. You have 3 stitches on the hook. Yarn over, pull through all 3. You can clearly see that you've got 1 double crochet, and then you've got a decrease, and then you have another double crochet. So that is going to be like a 3 double crochet cluster under the arm. Chain 1. I'm going to hop to the next 1 chain space, and I'm going to work my granny square stitch, which is a 3 double crochet cluster and a chain 1. And I'm going to hop to the next 1 chain space. I've done my chain 1. I do my 3 double crochet cluster like that. 1, 2, 3 double crochets, chain 1. Now take your first stitch marker and put it inside. I'm going to just do it like this, right? In the middle of this. This marks to me the first round of my sleeve and where I connected. So it's not really a decrease. I did work a decrease of 2 stitches into 1. But this mainly marks my first round of my sleeve so that I know where I started my sleeve. Because as you can see, it's going to become quite difficult to see where the sleeve started because it flows so beautifully. The pattern just continues. Okay, now what I want you to do is just continue and working what you see. Chain 1, 3 double crochet in the 1 chain space, chain 1, 3 double crochet in the 1 chain space. Continue working the granny square stitch until you reach the top of the shoulder. I meet you there. So on the top of my shoulder, this is the wrong side. The right side is a cluster, a chain 1, cluster, chain 1, cluster, chain 1. If your shoulder had 2 chain 1 spaces next to each other, all you would do is work a decrease like we did at the start, where we had 2 1 chain spaces next to each other. You would work 1 double crochet, then a double crochet and a double crochet, a decreased double crochet over the 2 spaces, and a third double crochet. This first stitch that we did is what you would work if there were 2 spaces next to each other. But I want to say, fortunately, I don't have that. It's not that it's unfortunate if you do have it, it's just you need to approach it differently. So I'm just going to work my 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, and my 3 double crochet cluster again here in my 1 chain space. And it's just going to be life as usual, like this. And I'm going to continue down to the bottom under the arm, and I'll see you there. Okay, now I've done the first round of my sleeve. I've worked my 3 double crochet cluster in my 1 chain space, and I've chained 1. Now I'm going to connect up with my fake double crochet. So in the top of this single crochet, chain 2, in top of that 1 chain space. It's just not a space, it's a 1 chain. I'm going to work just a slip stitch to connect. And usually it is easier than this. There we go. Just a 1 space to connect. Then I want to make another recommendation. First of all, in this sleeve, the best way that I have found to work the sleeve, and I've done it different ways, the way that I've found the best way where you can crochet and stay under the arm is to turn your work after every round. That is the only way that I've found that you can actually stay under the arm, because that is where you want to do the decreases, not anywhere else, because you don't want it to be visible. Okay, that's the first point. We're going to change direction every round. The second thing is you are going to now work another 2 rounds, not decreasing anything. You're just going to work what you see for another 2 rounds, which means remember the stitch marker marks the first round of your sleeve. So here we go. You've connected. You're going to turn your work, which is much easier on your lap than it is here for me under the camera. But let me do it in front of you so that you can see what I see. And that is, you're going to turn your work like this. And you're going to, in that 1 chain space, make a single crochet and chain 2. There's your lovely fake double crochet. Add another 2 double crochet in the same 1 chain space to form your 3 double crochet cluster. Chain 1, and in this little space, this sleeve is going to work up very quickly because it's not as big as the sweater. You're going to work your second 3 double crochet cluster. And now this is just for interest's sake, yours might not be the same. My sleeve to start off with had 22 3 double crochet clusters. So after the 3 rows, you just count your clusters to make sure how many clusters are you starting off with. Then I would recommend continue like I'm working now. Finish this round, which is your second round. You'll come around here, you'll connect, turn your work and work another round so that you have 1, 2, 3 rounds. Then go and try it on in front of the mirror and sort of gauge how many clusters. So what you're going to do, you're sort of going to take 3 clusters or take 4 clusters and say, yes, that's how narrow I want my sleeve to be when it ends. Or that's how narrow. Then you know I have to decrease from where I am now to just over my elbow. I need to decrease 3 clusters, which is 12 stitches, because it's 4 stitches, 3 plus 1 chain, 3 plus 1 chain, 3 plus 1 chain. So 4 times 3 is 12 stitches. You know then you have to decrease 12 stitches. So, but first things first, finish this round, and when you get to the end, connect, turn your work, and go the other way around. And after your 3 rounds, go and measure in front of the mirror how many clusters do you need to decrease, or do you want to decrease? What look you want. Just quickly sharing with you. That's our first round marked with a stitch marker. I've ended my second round. Now I've got to turn everything that is bulky, but on my lap this is no problem. And I'm going to work a single crochet in that first 1 chain space. Chain 2, that's my fake double crochet, and work my double crochet and a double crochet to form 3 double crochets in chain 1, and I'm on my way to work my 1, 2, 3rd round of my sleeve. See you when it's done. Okay, I have finished my 1, 2, 3, my 3rd row. Pull it out like this so that it doesn't unravel easily. Now you go and stand in front of the mirror and you've put this sweater on. See, you've got a little bit of a sleeve. There's your little bit of a sleeve. Now you can determine, this is going to be too wide when it comes past my elbow. I want to at least take 1, 2, 3. You can hold it like that and say, oh yes, that's about the sleeve that I want. Or you can say, let me just see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mine decreased by 4. That is how much mine decreased over the length of my sleeve from here up to over my elbow. So just as it reached my forearm. That is how much I decreased. 4 clusters. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you see, that brings you to this much. I was on 22 and I ended up on 18 clusters. So you just count the clusters. That's all you have to do. You count the clusters all the way around, how many you have. You just take it like this roughly when you're standing in front of the mirror. I want to decrease by this amount. Then you know how many. Now you're going to say, what I did was, I will decrease every 4th row. So now I'm going to work my first decrease. So every 4th row, my sleeve will decrease by one little cluster only. So it's going to be a lovely gradual decrease. Nothing uneven. And this is how we're going to do it. So you've now tried it on, you've counted your amount of clusters, and you've written it down. I wrote mine down. Mine was 22 clusters, and I have to decrease. So every fourth row, I'm going to decrease a cluster. Now, one cluster is 3 double crochets and 1 chain. So that's actually 4 stitches, which in effect means if I'm going to decrease a cluster of 4 stitches, every fourth row, it means that I'm actually decreasing every row by 1 stitch, doesn't it? I mean, that's sort of this equals that. Okay, but that's not how we're going to do it. So now let's start with our first decrease. And keep that stitch marker handy, because we're going to use it as soon. We're going to mark every decrease, and I'll show you when you should use your stitch marker. Okay, we've worked our first row, so this is not we did work a decrease there, but we're not, this stitch marker doesn't say I'm a decrease, it says I'm the start of your sleeve. So row 1, row 2, row 3. So this is actually row 1 and row 2, and then we're going to work row 3 and 4 of our first decrease. So our first decrease will be after 5 rows actually. But okay, there we go. Don't have to understand everything like that, just follow me. Now, let me quickly have a look. Oh, let me have a look, see. So for our first decrease, this is the join. What you want to be careful of, or take care that you do, is stay in line with the join. Do not concentrate on what you're doing here, but lose sight of the direction, because we don't want any decreases to land anywhere else but under the arm. Okay, so I'm going to work to turn around. Okay, I've got to turn my work. Here we go. Turn my work. First, nearly forgot to say that, and that's very important. Turn my work. And I'm going to work a single crochet in this first one, single crochet, chain 2, that's my fake double crochet, and then I'm going to chain only 1 double crochet. I'm not going to chain 1. I'm going to jump over to my next 1 chain space, and from there on I'm going to work as per normal. I'm going to work my 3 double crochets, 1, 2, 3 double crochets, chain 1, jump to the next chain 1 space, work my 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3 double crochets, and I'm going to chain 1, continue working normal, 3 double crochet, chain 1, 3 double crochet, chain 1, until nearly at the end. I'll show you the one just before the last one. Stop there. Meet you there. Okay. I've come around in the sleeve. This is where I started with a fake double crochet and 1 double crochet, not a 3 double crochet cluster, just a 2 double crochet cluster. No chain. Went immediately into a 3 double crochet cluster, 1 chain, and continued working 3 double crochet clusters in a 1 chain space, chain 1, and the same all the way around. Now we've come here, and this is under the arm. This is under the arm. That's how you know your stitch marker announces. That's the first round of your sleeve, and it's under the arm. First round, second, third round, and this is the first round we decrease. So I'm now going to work, I have chained 1, and I'm going to work 2 double crochets, not 3, 2 double crochets in this chain 1 space, 2 double crochets, and then I'm not going to chain 1. I'm going to jump and connect with a slip stitch to the top of my fake double crochet, like that. Right? Now I'm going to turn my work because I want to show you what we've done. Let me just see which way I need to turn it. This way. This way, this way, this way. Okay. So there's our first round, as you've seen. I mean, how many times am I going to point this out? I need to point it out. The first round of the sleeve, 1, 2 rounds we worked without doing anything. Now we have effectively decreased. Now let me just point this out. This should have been a 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, 3 double crochet cluster. But we have taken away 1 chain, so it's -1. We've taken away a double crochet, so it's -2. We've taken away a chain 1, so it's -3. And we've taken away a double crochet, so it's -4 stitches that we have decreased in this round. Now I could have worked a decrease here over these two. I just didn't want to risk it. I can do it in another sweater and see if that works out better, but I didn't want to risk a too dramatic decrease. I've done it before and it shows, and I don't want that. I want a really faint decrease that's not detectable. That's my whole point. Okay, so now we've turned our work again, because every round we turn our work. And I'm just going to right through work a slip stitch, the next stitch, top of the next double crochet. And then I'm going to slip into that 1 chain stitch, and I'm going to work a single crochet, chain 2, which is my fake double crochet. And I'm going to work another 2 double crochets in that 1 chain space, forming my 3 double crochet cluster. Chain 1 and continue to work 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, all the way around, and I will meet you in the last stitch here. Okay, there we are. Now I've worked all the way around, just normal, 3 double crochet, chain 1 in every 1 chain space. Now I'm going to chain 1, and I'm going to connect to the top of my fake double crochet, like that. Then I'm going to take a stitch marker, and I'm going to mark this spot. And what this spot, this stitch marker at this first stitch marker, the first stitch marker here says, I'm the beginning of your sleeve. This is the first row of your sleeve. The sleeve starts here. I don't know how many other ways I can say it. Now, you've gone up, you've made your first decrease. Right? I think that's very clear there. There's your first decrease. This stitch marker in the next round after the decrease, because look, what are we doing here? We are working a double crochet, 3 double crochet cluster here, chain 1 and a 3 double crochet cluster. So we're literally hopping over this decrease. So this stitch marker says, in this round, we officially have 1 3 double crochet cluster less than in the previous rounds. So it's like a flag marking an official 1 double crochet cluster decrease. It's gone, done. Between this one and this one, we've gotten rid of 1 3 double crochet cluster, obviously with a chain 1, which is the 4 stitches. So the next 2 rounds, we are just going to work like we did the first 2 rounds. You're just going to work around everything that you see. You're just going to gain some height in this. So now, here I am, need to turn my work again. Every time I end the row, I need to turn my work, which can sometimes be a bother, but of course it's easier on your lap, as I've said so many times now. And let me just start you off. So this is keep the stitch marker there, work a single crochet in that one chain space, followed by two chains. Oh my goodness, single crochet and 2 chains to form your fake double crochet. Now you're going to add another 2 double crochets to form your 3 double crochet cluster. Come on, don't be in the way. And so the next 2 rounds is mindless, lovely and mindless. So of the 4 rows that it takes you to decrease a 3 double crochet cluster, the first 2 rows, there's no thinking. You just work them. The decrease happens in the 3rd and the 4th row. Okay, there we go. So just continue. Like I'm going to continue working here. You just continue and you work your 1 chain and your 3 double crochet cluster, remembering to turn after the end of each round. Forgive me, I am quite tired, which means my English, I'm stumbling over my words. Anyway, we are nearly there. This is the last sleeve, and the sleeve works up very quickly because it's just double crochets and chain ones and decrease a little bit, and with the help of our stitch markers we are getting there. Okay, see you at the end of end of this round, and then another round. Okay, there we go. Now first stitch of our sleeve, first row of our sleeve. 1, 2, 3, 4 rows was worked, and in those 4 rows we got rid of 1 3 double crochet cluster and a chain 1, which is 4 stitches, and that stitch marker is the flag that marks the point. Between this point and that point we did a 4 stitch decrease. Now we've worked 2 rows, plain rounds, just doing nothing, just not increasing, not decreasing, just working the stitches as we see it. Now it's time to decrease again. Now, as I said before, it's important. This is the fold, or the what in the world is the English word for this? Where the 2 front and back come together. Okay, whatever that word is. Keep on this line. So see that you stick to this line. So now what I'm going to do is I must turn my work. First of all, I'm at the end of a row, round. I'm at the end of a round. I must turn my work. And I'm going to work 2 double crochet cluster instead of 3, because it's time to decrease. So single crochet, we're going to do what we did before. Single crochet, chain 2, and work a second double crochet. Not a third double crochet, and no chain. Yarn over, skip to the next 1 chain space, work your 3 double crochet cluster and your chain 1. Right, I'm going to work faster now because we all know how to make a 3 double crochet cluster. So you're just going to continue all around in this round that we are decreasing. At this moment, working everything that you see. You're going to continue working your 3 double crochet clusters and your chain 1 until the penultimate space, which means when you get to there, you finish this one, there, stop, I meet you there. Okay, so that here we work 2 double crochets, chain 1, and then from then on normal stitches, which is your normal 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1. But this is where we must decrease. So here I've worked my last normal 3 double crochet cluster, and I've chained 1. Now here I'm going to work 2 double crochets, I am doing a chain 1. I've done 2 double crochets, and I'm simply going to connect, not a third double crochet, not a chain 1. I'm simply connecting to the top of my first fake double crochet and turning my work so that I can see what I have done, because this is the best way to evaluate. Where am I? What am I doing? What have I done? What should I be doing? Okay, now there it is. So now I'm going to hop over here. I'm going to do a slip stitch in the right through this top of the double crochet, and then you can do a slip stitch in the top of that double crochet. I'm not even going to. I'm going to hop right into the 1 chain space, make a single crochet, chain 2, which is my fake double crochet, work 3 double crochet, 2 double crochets to form a 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, and I'm going to work right around, and I will meet you when we get here again. I've done my last 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1. I'm jumping over to the top of my fake double crochet, and I am connecting with a slip stitch, and this is time to put in a stitch marker, because we are putting in a marker that says in this round we should have 1 cluster and a chain 1, which is 4 stitches, less than we had when we started out at this mark. 1, 2, 3, 4. So every 4 rows we have decreased 1 cluster. Now the next 2 rounds, as you know out of this experience here, you're just going to work. I would suggest, let me just put this out like this and lift it up. I would suggest, if you want to, and you can never do this enough, rather be safe than sorry, go and try it on. Stand in front of the mirror and say, am I pleased with the slight decrease? Is the decrease every 4th row going to be too steep, too fast? Must I decrease every 5th row, every 6th row? I have long arms. I've explained how long my sleeves are, and if your sleeves are shorter, you might want to decrease every 3rd row. If you know, it depends on how tight you want it as well, how tight you want the sleeve. I wanted my sleeve to be a fitted sleeve. I didn't want anything to be bulking up, curling, whatever. Okay, so here we are. I'm going to work my next 2 rounds is going to be just plain 2 rounds working right around everything I see. No decrease, no increase. Okay, so now it's time to work a decrease again. I've worked my last 3 double crochets, chain 1, and I've done a slip stitch into the top of my fake double crochet. Now I need to work another decrease, which is going to look like this and like this here. It's going to look exactly like this and like this. So what we want to do is keep it here over that stitch, because you want to keep this line going. So turn the work. I must often remind myself to turn my work, because I might just want to keep going. Turn my work, work a single crochet, chain 2, and then work 1 double crochet, not 2, no chain, jump over this to the next 1 chain space and work 2 double crochets, no chain, yarn over in the next 1 chain space, work your 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, and you continue for the rest of this round up till the penultimate 1 chain space, which is where I will meet you. You just work the granny stitch all around, all right? And then I will get you there. At any point now, you can stop and try it on again. You don't have to wait until you've worked X amount of decreases just to find out that the decrease has been too steep for you and you needed to spray it over, or spray. My Afrikaans is coming out. You need to, decrease every 5th or 6th row. Anyway, there we go. All I can say is try on, try on, try on. And whatever you do on this sleeve, mark it as we've marked here, so that you remember what you did with the other sleeve. When you do the other sleeve, you remember exactly what you did here. You're going to copy this sleeve because you have to be happy with this sleeve. Okay, I've worked my last 3 double crochet. I am going to chain 1, and I'm going to connect up with my first fake double crochet, and just slip stitch. Come, don't be difficult, don't be difficult. Like that. Now remember, what have we decreased? We've not put a single crochet, we've not put a chain 1 here, so that's -1. We haven't put a 3rd double crochet here, so that's -2. We haven't put a chain 1 here, so that's -3, and we haven't put a 3rd double crochet there, so that's -4. That's how we have gotten rid of a whole double crochet cluster, chain 1 in 1 row, 1 round. Now turn the work. Let me just see, there we go, so we can see what we've done. There is the line, here's the line up here. So there's my flag, 1, 2, 3. Now I'm going to work. Now be careful not to want to work into this, because this is your decrease. So you just have to remember, this is 1, 2, 3, 4 stitches, but go into the next stitch, make a single crochet and a chain 2, 1 and 2, and another 2 double crochets to form your 3 double crochet cluster, and a chain 1. And I'm going to work all the way around everything that I see in a 1 chain space. I'll work a 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, in the next chain 1 space, the same all the way around up to here. So I will meet you here again. There we go. So that's our decrease. I've worked my 3 double crochets cluster, and I've done a chain. Come on, do a chain 1. Now I'm just going to connect to the top of my fake double crochet with a slip stitch. And this is the point where I take my stitch marker and hoist the flag to say, insert my stitch marker to say, between this stitch marker and that stitch marker in the 1, 2, 3, 4 rows, we got rid of 1 full 3 double crochet 1 chain cluster. Now this is the point where you can, at any point that where you've worked a decrease, you can stop, go try on, say you're happy with the decrease, continue, or no, you've decreased enough, just leave it at that. Okay, it's time to turn our work. Always after every round, turn your work. And I'm going to work the next 2 rows, as you know, after a decrease is absolutely just plain work what you see. So I start with my 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, and I'm just going to continue working a 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1 in every one chain space that I see until the end of this round. When I get to the end of this round, I will connect, turn my work, and work another round, and then I see you there. Okay, so it's time for another decrease. I think this will be my last decrease, I think. Yes. So now we are going to turn our work. And I'm going to work. There is my last. I'm going to work a single crochet, 1, 2 chains to form a double crochet, and a double crochet, only 1 double crochet, not 2, so that's my -1, no chain, so that's my -2, 2 double crochets instead of 3, so that's my -3 stitches, no chain, so that's -4 stitches, yarn over and do a 3 double crochet cluster in the next chain, chain 1. So there is your actual decrease. 2 double crochet, no chain, no chain, 2 double crochets, no chain, 3 double crochet, chain 1, and for the rest of this round I will continue as normal. And just saying again, at any point try on and try on, fit it on to see, is the arm decrease good? Does it look good? Does it look normal? It must just look right. Hey, work that stitch right. Okay, see you at the end of this round. I've done my last 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, and on the top of this fake double crochet I will do a slip stitch and turn my work. Now we're on the right side again, not the right side. We're on the right side all the time, right? I mean, you must know that we are working on the right side of the sleeve. And there is my decrease. So I'm going to work around. So let's start to work my single crochet. The yarn wants to split. Do not split on me. And chain 2, that's my fake double crochet, and 2 double crochets, that makes my 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, and continue working in the round everything that you see. 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1 in every chain 1 space. Continue and I will get you here. Nothing new as we've done before. There is our decrease. I've done my 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1 in this stitch just before my decrease. Where there is no chain 1, I'm going to work a 3 double crochet cluster, and I'm going to work a chain 1, and I'm going to slip stitch to the top of my fake double crochet, and I'm going to just slip stitch to connect it. Then take a stitch marker and mark the place that is the end of our decrease. The next 2 rounds I'm going to turn my work. I am simply going to work everything that I see. We are not decreasing, we are not increasing. And that is the time where I am going to fit it on again to see. This is now if you're doing it for the first time. Try it on again to see, is this now right? Because you should be over your elbow by now. And you want to see, do you need to increase? Do you need to decrease more or not? Okay, so there we go. I'm going to just continue and I will get you at the end of this round. Okay, so where is our decrease? We've done our decrease, we've done the next row, we've hoisted the flag there to say that we've done decreased a 3 double crochet cluster. I've done 2 plain rows. Now this is where you take it out like this, and you fold it, try it on, go to the mirror and determine this is enough, and you don't need to decrease anymore, or you'd need to decrease. Because if you need to decrease, then the next round would be a decrease round. But because I've already done my first sleeve, I know that I'm not going to decrease further. I've got, after my last decrease, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rounds, just working the 9 rounds. And then I went to fit it on again, and it was the right length, and then I do my sleeve detail. So I'm now going to work my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rounds, no increase, no decrease, just working it, turning the work after every round. And I see you after 9 rounds. Okay, so here is there's my last stitch marker, and I've worked there it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rounds I have worked. Now, what did we do on the other sleeve is what we are going to do on this sleeve now. You are going to pick your colors, because when you get to this point and you try it on, you need to say, do I want to continue more? Because you have to keep a little bit of space. Let's see how much space. 4 inches in total. 10, maybe 11, 10.5 centimeters for your sleeve detail, the ribbing detail. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows is what I did, but then I decided to repeat the purple and green. So I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows of granny square stitch. You can do as many rows that you want. So go and do that. So I'm going to just start you off, and then we are going to do the last bit of detail. So let's just snip it off here and yarn over, pull through and tighten. And I started with green, so I have to start with green again, the second sleeve. And you don't always have to start, both sleeves don't have to look the same. I have done sweaters where the 2 sleeves differed, and that is quite interesting. Okay, so slip knot on the hook of one color, start again. Remember to keep the line. This is the line under the arm. Keep that line going, that line up here. So I'm just going to start there. And now, up to now, we have turned. You do a round, turn your work. Do the other way around, turn your work. Do this way around. Now we're still on the right side. We are not going to turn anymore. We're only going to work on the right side, and we're not turning. Do not turn. So on the right side, single crochet. I had my slip knot on the hook, and I'm going to do 2 chains. That's my fake double crochet, as I call it. And I add my 2 double crochets for my 3 double crochet cluster. Chain 1. Work a 3 double crochet cluster, 1 and 2 and 3 double crochets, chain 1, and you're just going to continue like that all around, as you see I've done here. When you get to the end, you're going to do what you did with every other round, which is to 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, slip stitch in the top of my fake double crochet, yarn over, bind off. Use the next or the previous 1 chain space. Take your next color, which in my case is purple, work around. I'll see you there. I've just put my 2 sleeves over each other, And as you can see, if I'm lifting it, no, you can't see, but I can see that it comes lovely up to here. And when I start with these yarns, I think it is because it is, the green is the same thin 3-weight. The purple is a 3-weight. Everything is a 3-weight, but it's a little bit thicker 3-weight. So it has the impression that it is widening a little bit. So it gives it a little bit of a boho look, like you have intended to make it wider. I don't mind that. If you mind it, you can decrease. You can continue working a decrease here, like we've been working here. But I don't mind it. It just goes with the whole retro look. So now I'm going to do my last round, which is green, with you, just so that you can see. I mean, obviously you already know, but I'm not assuming that you know. And having my, see all the stitch markers is lying here, then I know where the under the arm is. And I am just making, I've made a slip knot on my hook and I'm making a single crochet, 1 and 2, and I'm working a double crochet and a double crochet to form my 3 double crochet cluster, chain 1, and this will be my last row of double crochets, my granny stitch, granny stitch, let's call it granny stitch because it's the 3 double crochet cluster and a chain 1. So let me finish by going around one last time. Obviously, when I told you I fitted it on when I worked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I fitted it on and said, no, I think I want to add another 2 rows and then have the little detail, the little detail that we have here. So that's why you've got to try on, because once you've got the one sleeve perfect, you don't have to try it on again. You know then what it should look like. You're just going to copy the second sleeve. So continue working around with your color in the last round. I've gone all around. I've done my last 3 double crochet cluster with a chain 1, and I'm going to slip stitch in the top of this fake double crochet, and there we go, the end of my last round. Now I'm going to start with my last little bit. We are nearly there. Your sweater is nearly done. Okay, you can see here on the wrong side, I started all the time this way, that way, because I want to keep the line of the underarm, right? So we're going to start with my next color is this creamy color. And I'm going to make a slip knot on the hook, like this. And then you can start anywhere, but I'm just going to start right there. Work a single crochet. And I'm going to take the single crochet and the straggler end to the side, just like this. And the green and the cream I'm keeping. I'm going to work over it. So I'm going to work a single crochet there. Now this is going to be the same as we did at the bottom of the sweater, which means when you get back, you're not going to work in the top of this single crochet. You're going to work in the top of technically the second single crochet. Let me just pull that a little bit tighter, like that. Okay, so work a single crochet in every stitch, like that. Just go around the entire corner, for goodness sake, or the round. And by the way, my sweater, I did mention it before, my sweater stopped at 18 double crochet clusters. My sweater, my sleeve. That is how many double crochet clusters I have by the time that I start my sleeve rib detail. It's not a ribbing, but it's the where you would normally put the cuff, sleeve cuff detail. This is how we're going to work it. So now just continue. I'm just working those two straggler ends in at the same time. Just continue working a single crochet all the way around. And like that. And then once, see, that's not what one's too short. So now I'm just going to ignore that one. And actually I can cut it. So I'm going to go through this one. And just work the green one. And then I can come back and just cut the green one, you see. So it's like one end is worked in already. Every end that you don't have to work in, all the better. Okay, so just go around and I will see you back here again. So I've worked my last stitch and I do not connect into this first single crochet. I connect into the actual second single crochet top. I slip stitch. And see, so what happens is it looks like it's slipped over the stitch, which makes it sort of an invisible, how do you say, join, just like we did at the bottom of the sweater. So that's what we're going to do now. Okay, so now I'm going to make a slip knot for the next color. And let's say at the previous stitch, let's start there. Slip, I make a single crochet. I take my straggler in this side and I hold it along because I will work it in. Now I'm going to go over, not over, under, because I'm going to work into that stitch, but I want to catch the whole stitch. And I'm working a single crochet. And remember, when you come back, you work your last stitch in there and slip stitch, not into the first stitch that you see, into the top of the second stitch. You make a slip stitch and tie it off, just like we did with the cream. So I don't have to show you again, and we did it with the bottom of the sweater the same. So all you're going to do is work a few rounds, however many you need to get to the end of your sleeve, in single crochet, and I'm just working in the straggler end as I go. That's one less end to work in. Beautiful purple, eggplant purple. It doesn't look that dark on the screen, but it is a beautiful purple, like this. Now you can see there I'm on the purple now. So I did the purple, then the deep tan, black and green. I did not want to end in black because I know I'm going to wear the sweater with black and I want the end of the sleeve to be visible, so I have to choose another color besides black to end it with. So you go and work however many rounds you need to, and I will get you after you've worked those rounds and that when your sleeve is long enough. Like that. Feels like celebration is in order because this is the last stitch worked. Skip that into the second stitch top. I work a slip stitch, tight, keep it tight like that. And you can see how it goes right over that. It covers it, make it it an invisible stitch. And I'm going to just, come on. It's like this yarn is so slippery. It slips. Yarn over and tie it off. Beautiful. Now I need to go and work in all my ends, which there are not many of. Enough, but not too many. You see, that's where I worked in those ends. Now those can just be cut off because I've worked them in as I went. Right, the straggler ends, you can't see them on the right side, but you see them on the wrong side. I'll just be cutting them off. There we go. So this is the end. We've reached the end of this, and this is the end of the sleeve. And I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. And if you did, please give it a thumbs up. And if you like to hang out socially, I do a live stream on a Friday and a Monday. Come around. I do it for 3 hours. If you can join us for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, however long is going to be good. And just tune in and enjoy some good company. Thank you so much for watching, and share this out if you know of someone that would like to make this garment. And yes, you must enjoy it. Thank you for watching. Bye.